Dude, thanks for joining back up.
Hey, good to be back, I guess. Go through the sordid failures of my musical history.
Okay. We kind of went through, your first bands, went through some Deadwater Drowning, Premonitions of War, Final Battle, Network, Burnt by the Sun, Turmoil. So went through a whole bunch of bands, but we still do have a lot more to cover. Somehow, you're probably one of the guys that's been in the most bands ever.
For better or for worse, yeah.
Before we continue the story, then, Deadwater Drowning. I did have this one thing. I don't think we touched on. I do want to know your thoughts. The one record, like, how many physicals of that exist? Do you think? Do you think that's like a crazy limited type of press?
It definitely was. I don't think it sells for anything crazy. Not yet. Something probably real stupid was happen if that was going to happen. I don't know. Shit. I know that there wasn't many left from whatever guy pressed. And then we were doing a Premonitions of War tour once, and I think Mike found a box, or I found a box that he had sitting, because I think Mike was still kind of doing some distro stuff back then, or at least he was working with Black Market at the time. I think he found a box at his screen printing shop and stuff. And I think we got rid of those on tour.
Gave them away.
And that was like the last of anything that I had, like any physical copies. Like I think Guy gave us like maybe like a couple of boxes, maybe like total like 300 or so, or 500. I forget.
To like bring out on tour and stuff.
Yeah, he might have pressed like 1,000 or 2,000, maybe. I can't honestly remember. I know it wasn't quite a lot.
1,000 is pretty common for like a CD, like a low amount CD pressing, especially back in the day.
Yeah, I was like, see how it sells and
back then,
print more.
Yeah. What about like a re-release?
Re-release?
Yeah. What about like a little vinyl re-release of the Deadwater Drowning album? You know, the kids would eat it up. I'm just saying, the people would be here.
Yeah, I know. Guy, I talked to the old guitarist Johnny a lot, and he's probably tighter with Guy at this point because they were, he was in the Red Chord for a minute. The guy was asking him about doing a re-release, like a vinyl thing, and putting the unreleased song on there. And I think he wanted to like tack on the Final Battle stuff just because it was like some of the guys, but a lot of the dudes that were part of it. But it's really only myself and the bassist Seth that were in the Final Battle that were original Deadwater members. Even though we were playing Deadwater songs, it was similar in sense or whatever. But he's talked about it, and he wanted to do like a thing where we got like John and I together to talk about it and stuff. And I was like, I don't want to talk about it. Like, I have no idea. Just wanted to put into like that thing, I guess. I don't know. It seemed like a lot to get into. There's just probably like some misgivings I have about like, just like that time, and honestly like some of the subject matter and like the lyrics and shit and the song titles, I just don't want to revisit, like even though it was of its time. I'm like, I just don't want to even like entertain it at all. I don't know if that sounds lame or like revisionist in a way, but
hey, look, I mean, everyone's entitled to their own to their own opinions on the thing. It's way more personal to you than it is anyone else. So
yeah, and it's not like I don't want to talk about like the subject matter or whatever else. It's just like I'm just the lyrics themselves. I was like trying to make like extreme, I don't want to say like gore or whatever, things like that. Just trying to like be the grossest, you can be or whatever. And we were like, in a way, it was like campy and it was sarcastic and shit. And I think a lot of people took that. Some people take it seriously. Like some people take some shit way too seriously when it comes to like lyrics and music and stuff. And it's just like, I just didn't want to like have to talk about it. Like, oh, what were these songs about? This and that. I'm like, oh, really not much of anything, honestly. Just fucking putting shit to paper sometimes and just coming out to just essentially writing a story in a way. But
No, I get what you
I
mean
don't know.
though,
Yeah.
because sometimes it's like people are expecting a story behind something every single time, and it's so meaningful to them that you're like you don't want to tell them, well, I drank a beer, we laugh, and it just happened, and that's it. You
Yep.
know, like they're expecting like, oh, so we went through this crazy story, and there was this and this and this, and I went through that and that. Like they're expecting that big. You cannot possibly match that sort of meaning to them. So I get it, but at the same time, it's not required to have a crazy story with everything. So it just happens. Sometimes it's great. It happened like that, and it's okay. It's okay like that.
Yeah.
Well,
So
edgy
that,
teenagers too. Let's be real. That's like just
Dude. Dude. Yeah.
a part of the whole
Yeah.
thing. It wasn't like
Yep.
you kind of said it yourself. Like it was just trying to be gore, kind of like for the sake of it, right?
Yeah. In a sense, I mean, the one song "My Fist Your Face," like I wrote, that was really just about having to get up for work every morning, essentially, and then like you're waking up to do this all over again, like to this day, do the same shit. So I mean, that song, by all means, I could have no problem talking about that because it actually like
Mhm.
lands in some sort of like reality based part of my life that still exists today. Everything else is just kind of corny and fucking, uh, like make believe shit. So that's
Mm. So
that's
so I
kind of where
take
it
it you're
sits with
not.
me.
I take it you're not much of a fiction guy then.
No, I love fiction. I've like lately, like at work, last couple of years, I've gotten really into a lot of like sci-fi audiobooks and shit.
Mm.
Um, and so that's what I do at work mostly. And I don't listen to music all that much, really, at work. It's mostly audiobooks or like podcasts and stuff. But yeah, I
Well,
love fiction. Like
well, talk
here's
to me. Like
here's
what are we talking here, fiction wise?
yeah, we're both like,
um hmm, what let's see, what did I start? Between some books I started reading and then switching to audiobooks too. Like I did the whole Expanse series. Um, I think what else I did? A lot of fuck. It's been hard. I'm trying to think of a lot of some Alistair Reynolds books. What
Like, is it like,
else?
are we talking like sci-fi or fantasy
Yeah.
or like,
No, it's like
what's
it's mostly sci-fi shit. Like
okay?
um yeah, like the Expanse series. Really awesome. It's like basically a space opera, essentially. Like there's like how many books? Like 7, 8, 9 books, something like that. But very expansive world. Books are great. I went to watch the series on Prime afterwards that they created,
Mm.
and it's difficult to watch because the acting is so like janky and
Ah.
shit. Because the books are great. I mean, there are some
Yeah.
cheesy elements within the books, but the story and how everything from like the first book to the last book all ties together essentially. In a very long, large arc that's pretty cool. So I was hooked
Is
on
it
that for a while.
ongoing or because there's like a book like in 2021? Is it wrapped there or is it ongoing still?
That's trying to think. There was however many books there were, and there's a few smaller novellas that fit in between the series that kind of like fill in some plot gaps that give more of a backstory to some of the other ones in the larger books.
Oh,
And
and yeah, there were some of those in 2022. I see.
yeah, that might have been when the last ones were written. I'm not sure because I literally I just started with the first book probably like 2 years ago,
Hmm.
and I ran through all of them in like 6 months at work, just listening to them nonstop. Basically, it was great. I read the first Altered Carbon, which is really good. Um, it's kind of like a lot of like cyberpunk kind of shit too. I read or listened to, rather. A lot of us I listen to. I've read some. I read books at the same time. I'm reading books too. Geez, I forget the fucking names of them. Pushing Ice was one. That one was cool. I think that was an Alistair Reynolds book, or was it somebody else? But yeah, I'm way into like sci-fi and shit. Sci-fi horror, sci-fi movies. That's like where my brain exists probably the most.
I'm gonna have
So
to
yeah, by all
ask.
means, I love fiction.
That makes sense. And movie wise, like you're talking about, you love sci-fi movie. Like, let's
Yeah, yeah.
some sort
Oh yeah.
of top three, maybe. I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Oh,
What are the goat movies
that's
here? Goat
that's
sci-fi
easy. You
movies.
say The Thing, Alien, Aliens. See what else. trying to think what else. Event Horizon.
Mm.
That's my easy top 3 off the top of my head. I like one that came out recently, a movie called The Void.
Okay.
It's a really like. Have you seen that?
I haven't
No, I
seen it
didn't.
now, but I've heard of.
It's awesome. It's just like it starts off like first few minutes are kind of slow. Then from like there on, it's just like a shit show from the beginning to end, and it's just cool. Really awesome practical effects. It's like one of those movies that has like it doesn't really hold your hand with like some deep explanation. It's just like there's this fucked up shit going on. This is why it happens, but they don't really, there's no like deep lore as to why exactly it's happening. It's just this is what's happening. This is why it sucks. Yeah.
It should be like that.
Yeah, yeah. There's like, yep.
You know when it's so obvious and they make the characters say out loud the explanation, and I'm like, can you, like,
yeah, oh man,
ruining.
It's like explaining a bad joke. It's like no, we got it. Yep. It's okay.
Yeah, there's like the exposition. The character is just like, this is happening because of this, and because you did this, and now because of this, and because 100 years ago, it's like,
like a narrator on top of it, an inner monologue. All of the ways.
In a montage. Yeah.
The flashbacks. You're like, oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was watching something recently, whereas it was like probably some Netflix, like one of their like throwaway sci-fi movies, and that happened in the movie. It was just like a very explicit, like, oh, here's the lore dump, like this 3-minute exposition thing. And I was like, oh, okay. But it's like on the same hand as like going into it, I kind of expecting like cheese. Like I enjoy cheese too. Like if the movie can like just deliver at least an entertaining like hour and a half or so, I'm fine. Like I'll watch it. I don't care. Like kill time. Maybe there's some aspects of it I'm going to enjoy and I'll get ideas from and stuff too. But it's funny.
Yeah, and in terms of adaptation, though, like I think it ties back to the other discussion of you can't really match the nostalgia or feeling of someone. If you read books, like it's almost near impossible to get like the image. That's the beauty of a book. Also, is you build your own images, you build your own story. So no matter how incredible the movie's going to be, there's a good chance it's gonna like ruin the initial image you had of everybody. So imagine that for everybody has a different version of it. So now you're ruining it for basically all your fans. And there are a few exceptions. I mean, Lord of the Ring, objectively, those movies are, I'm pretty sure I watch them like every couple months. It's great. But I'm not even sure I can name 5 examples of those. Like in general, it's just a freaking
where it's tight, like to the source material. Yeah, it's hard because there's a few books. I think I read. Here's a couple. Like when I was younger, I read like Jurassic Park before it was a movie, and I read the sequel too. And both those books are like the books themselves are kind of fucking terrifying. Like if you're a younger kid reading it, and the way that the mood in the books, or at least maybe how I interpreted as a young kid when I read them, is that they are scary fucking books.
Mm-hmm.
And, ostensibly the first Jurassic Park movie is, in a way, it's a sci-fi kind of horror movie, even though it's very action-packed and it's a big budget and all that shit. But the books always, to me, translated as like scary and horror, and like especially the Lost World, the second one it seemed like it kind of amped up like the horror elements in a way, but I still enjoy both those movies, just almost in a different way. Like, because I mean, you can't watch Jurassic Park and be like, not be in awe of it, regardless of the book also being just as good in a way, but still, not to a T. But that's just, I don't know. That's also the same thing as like being a kid and be like, oh my god, the dinosaurs look real and shit, and it's like, yeah, they still look fucking real. So
yeah, I mean, at the time too, like when Jurassic Park came out, like there was no fucking crazy CG like we got now, right? So I can only assume being a kid seeing that for the first time, being like, what the fuck,
Yeah, it's like the same. Like when Terminator 2 came out, like that was wild as well, like just bananas. And today it's still, it still holds up today compared to other movies that have come out in between, that have probably had a larger budget for CGI effects. And it's like, they look way wonkier than that did because it like fits in for, what they had to do with, the T-1000. Like it works still with those graphics in a way. So.
Yeah. What
I love
you
it.
mentioned?
I love
You
it.
mentioned Alien earlier. General
Yeah.
thoughts on the franchise as a whole over the years?
Man, I like them all, each individually. Like, when I was younger, like my mother got me into a lot of like sci-fi and horror. Like she was the one who showed me Evil Dead,
Mm.
the original Sleepaway Camp. She like had me watch that. She showed me the Alien and Aliens. Um, so like I've always been a fan of Alien and Aliens, both, you know, essentially to a T. Like I've seen them so many fucking times I can recite them like word for word basically. Alien 3 I went and saw in the theaters. And I enjoyed it at the time. I still enjoy it. The Foundry cut that was just released like a few years ago or something adds like 45 extra minutes of stuff that was cut from the original like theatrical release and all those shit. It actually like changes up the story in a way, and I think it makes it fleshes out some of the characters better. I mean, people probably hate it because it's fucking, it's still Alien 3 whatever, but I think the movie in itself is cool. The Alien Resurrection I enjoy just because it's kind of oddball in a way. I think it's held up by the cast. I think I enjoy the cast because it's so fucking goofy. Everybody's in it, and like it's kind of like I said, it's oddball. I think that director's done some other shit like that. And I enjoy the Alien versus Predator stuff. I think Predator is also like one of the best fucking sci-fi
I was
movies ever.
about to ask.
Yeah.
Not
like-
kidding. I was about to ask because the first movie I have this thing where I watch way too long videos on YouTube about retrospectives and opinions of these things. I'm pretty sure I've watched like a 50 minutes about the franchise Alien versus Predator. And I wish I could say I didn't enjoy it, but it was fun to watch. And the first movie, the reviewer was explaining how all over the place it was. It made no sense to be in a pyramid for it's not an environment you would see like predators and stuff like. But me personally, I still thought it was awesome to see the duality between. But how can you not like do like these two creatures against each other? It's insane to watch, and I liked it. But then I'm sure you remember, I think it's the second one, they moved that and it was like teenagers, I think. And I was just like, whoa, that's not you're not going in the right direction. If that would have been your first attempt and then you moved to the other one, I would get it, but you went cool, and then you're like, here's the dumb teenagers like in the city. If I recall something like that, and then it's kind of all happening. I could be wrong. That's the memory I have. Is that it? I think that's what it is.
Yeah, I think the setup for the original Alien vs. Predator was super awesome, where they have like the queen caged up in the bottom of the pyramid. I think the whole setup was fucking cool.
Insane.
And I think the first half of the movie is so like rushed with just things that happen.
Yeah.
And then the last half is just kind of like, I don't know. The movie just ends up going by too quick when they probably could have had another like 20 minutes or 30 minutes. Just like
I'd agree to that.
Build the tension or add something in there to make it a little different. Cause it just seemed like it like the original, like how it starts off and builds up to the premise of it seems cool as hell. And then it just like nosedives so fast with like, just people dying left and right, and like it's just like, okay, well, that was quick, and then it's like, what? Okay, and then it's over, and you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the part I was a bit disappointed because like when there's so much lore that you could do stuff with, and you barely, touch. And I understand also. And producer wants they're thinking about the viewer, they're thinking about like the ages of people. They're like, well, we need more action here and there. I was listening to a podcast, I think even today, and it was I could be wrong. I think it was like Ben Affleck and Matt Damon talking together, and they were basically explaining that now they need action. Like a lot of producer they want like action right out of the like to keep the person engaged. Like, oh, but we need more action in the beginning. I'm like, that is probably the worst way of like, I understand why, but it's like I think you're compromising. Like, I think it's gonna work now, but in terms of like being timeless, you're not focusing on the right thing. Like, think about all the classic. I'm pretty sure there's no classic that starts with nothing, just like bang, 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 bang. Like it's probably rare, I would say. Like you need to set the tone. And again, I'm no producer, but I think it's cool that you don't understand everything at first. Things are getting set up. You're trying to. There's an intrigue. You're like, oh, what's gonna happen? And then it goes in different directions, as opposed to boom, boom, explosion, boom, car, and you're just like, okay, I guess that's okay. I just described Fast and the Furious in case it wasn't clear. Like I just described Fast and the Furious.
I enjoy the first Fast and the Furious movie. Like, dude, I've seen it many times, and a lot of it is just because of that fucking Charger, like doing a wheel stand. Like I grew up like my dad built drag cars. He's like a mechanic, worked on cars his whole life, so I was around that shit all growing up. So it was like when that movie came out, I was just like, okay, this is gonna be cool. The same thing was like Gone in 60 Seconds, like the remake they had right around that same time. Just enjoyable watching. Like I'm just classic muscle cars kind of shit is like the shit I enjoy, and just overpowered like classic American muscle shit, like shit like that.
I love that. So you're more on Toretto's side. I'm more on Brian. I prefer like the GDM cars and shit. But you're right. Like I still watch the first movie. I think it holds up very well. But for the sake of our discussion, same thing. They didn't start. Yes, they started with like street racing and stuff like that. But there was a story in place. It was cool. Like you would understand. Like they didn't explain like, oh, okay, so here's the crew. They showed it to you, like, okay, that's their world. Like no one explained how it worked. Like if it was made now, I think there would be a character saying, oh yeah, that's their crew. Like they work together.
Like all these video games that you got a fucking sidekick following you around on your fucking elbow or some shit, talking in your ear the whole time, explaining.
Oh my god, get rid of
it. If it's not AI, but yeah.
God damn.
No, it's true.
We could cross this back to Vin Diesel and sci-fi. I think Pitch Black and The Chronicles of Riddick, I think, are two incredible sci-fi movies.
I liked it. I was surprised. Like Riddick, like
still hold up.
I think it was awesome, and I was surprised. You know, he didn't say family once in that movie, and it was you know,
he was able to make a name for himself outside of the series. That's a rare feat, man.
Yeah, those are good. They hold up till to this day, I think.
To the defense of Fast and Furious, also, like if we're being honest, I don't think you can do that mini movie and still be timeless. I think it's impossible. You cannot release like I don't know 11. I think at this point movies and just be.
You're going in knowing what to expect, but they're going to up the ante in some other like crazy level of fucking horseshit. Like I don't think I've seen anything past like maybe the fourth or fifth one.
I've just seen much, I would say.
Yeah, they're probably all the same movie in a way, but
well,
I ain't hating on it. I mean, it's like if you got a formula, roll with it, and if it's enjoyable,
I'll spoil it for everyone here. They go out into space with their car.
I've heard that. I've heard that. Yeah.
So yes,
it's fine, man.
You have no idea how much I would pay. I would pay to be in the room while that was being pitched. I would pay good money just to hear someone being like, listen,
hear me out.
Got this idea. What if we would launch a car into space? But not only that, there was a reaction that people went, that's brilliant.
Yeah. Fuck it. Let's do it.
We're doing it. And there was one person being like, well, do you think it's a bit much? You're fired. Get out. Get out of the room.
Yeah.
If you want to think, get out of the room. Like we're here to push boundaries. You don't want to do that?
Yeah.
Get out.
Get out.
But I don't know. In general, I'm not saying it's impossible, but look at all the timeless movies and stuff like that. Most of the time, if the longest going to be what? A trilogy? 3 movies, maybe 4, but I cannot right now think of like a timeless thing that's a classic that has 12 movies. I don't even think it like what the Harry Potter that people really. I think there's 7.
I've never seen a single one of them. I want to keep it that way.
What?
Oh,
Wow.
that's
Sorry,
that's
sorry.
a crazy.
That's a mean ass hot
That's-
take. Yeah,
That's
I can't do
crazy.
it.
Dude, even with the
can't.
kids and all, that's crazy talk.
I forbid my children from watching it. No, I'm just kidding. They've probably seen it. I don't care. I never
Not
got interested in it.
Pl-
And
please-
I'm into RPGs and all kinds of like crazy like wizard fucking fantasy shit like that. Like I love it. Like I'm in the middle of fucking designing an RPG at the moment. So it's like
What?
in a way like not a game like a tabletop.
That's even cooler.
Yeah. So that's where my mind's going at this point in time.
Okay, hold on. Are you telling me that you play stuff like D&D or whatever, like Magic the Gathering? What are you playing tabletop? Sorry, Don. By the way, I'm taking this to there's no way I'm not talking about this.
Yeah, derailed it crazy. No, it's fine. When I was younger, probably from like junior high and like early high school, I did mess around with like D&D and like a little bit of Shadowrun, and I definitely played fucking Magic back in the day. I still got like a box like this of like my original cards.
What's the classic deck? What are we running? Like just type wise at the very least.
Oh yes, we need that.
I literally had different decks because I'm trying to think where I left off, like what edition it was. Probably like around the time was it the Ice Age came out. I mean, this was like mid '90s, probably when I stopped playing.
Mm-hmm.
I had a red and green deck where I had red and green in there. Then I had, a black deck, and then I had a white and a blue deck. I had one for everything just because I like collecting all the cards, and I like doing different things, different shit.
We all got a favorite. Come on, you can't. Come on, man.
What do you think is the ultimate dual color?
Like
combo,
I'm a green. I'm a forest.
I knew it.
Like
for sure.
a trample kind of guy. That's my thing. Like get all the energy, get all the lands, and get all the big boys out there. Trample them to death.
And I'm the annoying white deck with like the angels flying. And by the end of the game, I have 5 times the amount of life that you can have in the. I'm that person. I'm that person. So
see, I haven't played it forever, and I was like interested in getting into it, and I started like looking into it like not long ago, and as I realized like how convoluted it's become.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, this is like way more than I want to invest my brain in, because I was like, I'm going to break out my old decks and play with people, bring up my old like 20-year-old red and green deck, and get my Curd Apes out and my fucking Shivan Dragon and shit like that. Those are the shit I like to play. So probably I think the red and green decks are probably why I had it condensed like into 2, is because I couldn't decide on just doing one green one and red one. I liked how they work together, I think. So
it's a good combo, by the way, because like for people watching, just that and if you don't know about Magic, each specific element has specific things. So like if you take the blue deck, it's going to be very defensive, it's very annoying, it's going to cancel half of your cards and stuff like that. You're going to have a white deck that's giving you life, and it's like the angels and stuff like that. And he just said red and green, which means red are the super fast attacking deck, you can play really fast, and green, which is what Dom was talking about, are just very strong creatures, like very strong. Like we're talking probably the strongest
force of nature. Is that one of the old green cards? Hell yeah!
I see
they still bringing it back. Yeah.
So green and red together is actually very powerful, because you start strong, you can attack already, and then you're building up to throw like the big creatures right after with trample and stuff like that. So they're very good.
But hey, you can get in on just some Magic the Gathering like arena or whatever. There's like you can do it digitally now too, as opposed to having to go out and buy a shit ton of cards that aren't power crept. Because that's the problem with the old decks. Shit. It's like, I know, but you're gonna, if you play, maybe if you only play against your own decks that you still have, kind of thing, with your friends or whatever. But if not, it's all kind of everything's power crept to shit. So it's
that's annoying though, because like they move on, and then you love your deck, and then it's not current, so then you need to that's another thing. By the way, if you do get the app, just be prepared to have updates of like 2-3 gigs on your phone. That's all I'm gonna say.
Jesus.
Love Magic the Gathering, but for the love of God, can you stop updating?
I played on my computer. It's all good there. Ain't nothing too shabby about 2-3 gigs on a computer.
Yeah. Even didn't think about that.
Dude, I ain't reading all that fucking text on my phone, brother. Not in Magic the Gathering. Hell
Yeah,
no.
it's kind of annoying. Yeah, it's pretty annoying. I'm with you though. Physical copies and did you ever go in spaces like that? You know, in stores that you can play with people? Did you ever do that? Like maybe tabletop or other things?
No, I played with like just my friends and shit at the time. We had cards, and you know, we did some like kids in school would have little tournaments and stuff where you would like pay $10 to play, and then whoever wins gets the pot kind of thing. We did stuff like that. Nothing. I never did like serious tournament because I was like, I don't want to lose lots of money or somebody. I have to like bet a card or something like that. Yeah, I was
that's
like,
smart. Losing your home because of Magic. That's another.
Yeah, losing your home.
Yep.
Just give me the break, guys.
I bet my dad's house on this game here.
And you lose because of one card.
Yeah.
That they pull up. That's.
Let's talk music here. Let's reel it back.
How dare you?
Just
yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. No. I'm not though. That's what we're here for. This is a podcast. This is the tangents are a part of the thing. But we got a couple of the bands that you were in that we didn't talk about that were maybe some of the more quote unquote notable bands, if anything. So can you kind of maybe we could set the stage a little bit for Through the Eyes of the Dead and how that kind of came about, maybe just to begin with.
It was that's around the time I've been playing with the network for like 2 years, and it was just wasn't doing any like touring. We were playing a lot locally, like around New England and stuff. We probably went to New York a time or two or something. We played a lot around locally, just a lot of shows in New Hampshire, Mass, like all that. And I got a call one day from Eric Rutan because he was Through the Eyes was in recording with them. And he was just like, he said, what do you know about Through the Eyes of the Dead? And I was like, I think I've seen him a time or two. I'm like, they're cool. And he's like, dude, I got him in my studio, like recording the new fucking album. He's like, this is a fucking death metal record, brother. They need a vocalist, and I think you should do it. And I was like, all right, cool. Like, send me some shit. And he's like, I wouldn't sell you on some fucking Jimmy's, dude. He's like, I swear to God. He's like, these tracks fucking rip. He's like, I'll send this shit to you. And all right, he had the guys get in touch with me and send it to me. And he sent me, he probably sent me what was going to become Failure in the Flesh. And I was like, yeah, this shit's sick. Like, because my original experience with Through the Eyes of the Dead was, I think the recordings didn't do their songs justice, and I hated the fucking vocals. And it was like, because it sounded way too processed. You know what I mean? Like Gunnell's vocals, I saw him live once. He sounded sick. I think they were playing with Despised. They're on tour with Despised Icon. I think I saw him in like Maine or Mass somewhere. I forget. I think the Final Battle might have played the show actually, or maybe the network did. I forget, but I saw him with Despised Icon, whatever tour they were on at the time. And it sounded sick. I was like, whatever. They kill it live. They're tight, obviously, but I just never really like got into the recordings or whatever. So they sent me the track, and I was like, yeah, this is cool. And they probably sent me some more, and I was like, yeah, this all sounds awesome. I'm down to try out.
Like,
and I think
demos and stuff, but they were like in the studio, but in the midst of doing it, like what's the situation?
They were in the studio, and I think they had kicked Gunnels out like right before going into the studio because he didn't have anything written or anything. He wasn't ready. I guess there's probably some drama. I forgot about this point, whatever happened. I know they've obviously patched it up, I think, since then, whatever was going on. But
it was a last minute thing at the very minimum, for sure.
Yeah. So they were like, I think they were probably scrambling just to find somebody anyhow. But
worst timing too, if we can just put that on. It's like you're in the studio, like you need, you know what I'm saying? Like, can you imagine? No, it's a good.
Yeah. Well, I'm because you said the word worst, and
No, not work.
I'm just
Not the
saying, like,
best.
recording an album and then getting kicked out or leaving is
that's worse.
Probably worse.
That's okay. So
I
not
almost
the best timing.
want to be able to have a chance at least at redeeming it, but yeah.
Okay, I'll say stressful timing. I'll say that. There we go. Because like there's so much into going in studio and stuff like that, and now you need a vocal. Like you don't have the vocalist that's on,
no
the
lyrics.
albums, kind of.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
You don't know the songs. You don't.
Yeah.
Like what are we talking about here? You got the songs. You're like, okay, this is cool, and you're like flying out like a couple days later and like writing lyrics on the plane. Like, what's the?
Yeah, shit. How did this happen? Yeah, it's gonna take me a second. I know they sent me 2 inches from a main artery, and I had to record vocals to that, like do Gunnell's shit.
Okay,
whatever he had
they tried
written
you
over
out.
2 inches. Yeah, so they sent me like the raw, like music track from 2 inches from main artery. I recorded the stuff over that. They were like, loved it, whatever, and they're like, okay, yeah, we want you to be a vocalist. And she was like, yeah, sure.
Sorry, I gotta cut you off. Just how'd you record this? What like did you go to a studio? Did you just like record it at home?
Yeah.
Like what's
No, my buddy Johnny from Deadwater, he had his little like his backyard studio, which is where I did the Whitechapel record and stuff. So I did the Misery Signals tryout with him. I did the Buried Dead tryout with him. I did the Studio Eyes with him. We did the Final Battle recording with him.
Okay, so all these tryout tracks sounded dope, I assume.
Yeah. He's got an SM7. I did it all, every single time with, it sounds professional.
Mm-hmm.
I need to get them all from him too, because I haven't heard him in a long time.
Well, I want to hear 2 inches with you on there. Recording.
It was cool. Like, it's different too, because when we were playing those songs live, I really began to like the older shit a lot, playing it live, because you get to you just hear the songs differently when you kind of hear things better, and like it's bigger, chunkier sounding, things like that. So it was just cooler.
And you just released like the Nate Johnson, like sort of the full
the Johnson files.
There we go.
Like get a Dropbox and link it. Yeah, it was like all the guest spots I did and all this other bullshit.
Demos and unreleased tracks. Can you imagine?
Yeah, 2 gig updates every month.
There we go. Okay, get the Nate Johnson DLC.
I'm all set.
Got a DLC. Yep,
that's perfect.
I'll just start using AI to like make fake fucking guest spots for people's records. No, I'm just kidding. No, I wouldn't do it.
AI could never.
Fucking way.
Nope, it couldn't. It would try.
Carl, stop. Sorry, my dog acting like an idiot.
Wants to be part of it.
Now he's gonna want to get that. Come here.
What's Carl doing?
He's trying to scratch his ass, and he doesn't have legs long enough to itch it, so he's trying to like drag his butt too. Sick bastard. And he can't even do that because he doesn't have enough like leg to drag, so he just ends up like spinning. It just looks foolish.
Yeah, I don't know if I find that. I don't know if I want to laugh or if I feel bad for that like, poor little.
He's an endlessly happy guy. There's nothing you can do to break his spirit.
There we go.
Oh, you
want at the very least.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, he's silly for sure. He's something else. He's a unit for sure.
All right, so they hear your audition. Do you know if there were other people in the running? Or did you get whereabouts of other auditions?
I don't know. I forget if there was or not. They might have at the time had some people try out, and they were like, I might have been the best ones. I think. Well, did they even at the time? Did they actually even put out a thing looking for a vocalist? Because I think they said they got some really funny tryout recordings.
Okay, a bit of an open audition type thing.
I think they might have done that in the interim of me sending theirs in. Maybe I forget.
I mean, maybe they did that and they got nothing back like solid, and then at the studio they're like, okay, who can we? Eric, do you know anyone? We got to make this work.
Yeah, he hooked me up. So it must have been pretty quick at the time because they had already been down in Florida, holed up in like a motel for a few weeks while they were doing the drums and guitar track and everything else. And I think by the time I got down there, they were like trying to finish up solos and probably other little like tweaks and edits and shit. And then so I think I had like a week to get down there and like write vocals and record vocals because they had a European tour lined up. I think like 15 days after I was getting down there or something. And they didn't want to cancel it, and they didn't want to have to reschedule with Rutan because he was like booked up for a long time. And then so it was like, it just has to get done. And it was like very stressful to be in a fucking studio. Yeah, it was like you gotta write for like 10 songs just out of the fucking blue. So it was like it was difficult to get a lot of subject material in that amount of time and record it and be happy with it. I was just like, I hadn't really been doing vocals for a while, except for the final battle, while I was doing the network here and there. So I was still like in shape, but it was like, just going to studio and then just start just beating on my voice for, all day long, basically just trying shit out and be like, oh yeah, come back the next day, be like, okay, now let's try it again. Don't like that line, just fixing shit. I was like, I think that part's fucking stupid. Let's do something else. It just was a bummer. Like I'm not entirely happy with my vocal performance on that record because I think a lot of things could have been done differently, but it still sounds good. I'm not like unhappy with it, but
just the fact that you got it done and it made sense. Like it's horrible to be creative in those sort of like you have the pressure here. It's like objectively, I'm not saying vocals is the most important, but like let's be honest here. Like it's gonna give the entire tone of the record. It's all on your shoulders.
Yeah.
And
you're the new guy, like
you're the new guy.
Yes.
There are
and Gunnels was loved, like
yes. So like, and you're replacing that person for a lot of people. So just that pressure in itself, without the rest of the pressure, would have been difficult. And then time limit, all these other things. So you're saying like, oh, I'm not, just the fact that you got it done and it made sense and it was good, I think speaks for itself personally. So
yeah. And then I think we had like 2 days to practice before that European tour to like actually like
that's crazy.
To get through together and then practice new songs and for me to practice old songs.
So you're learning an entire set too.
Yeah, because we always had to play some of the hits in Europe. That tour was with Ion Dissonance and Dead to Fall. And that was the second time I'd gone out with Ion Dissonance. We went out with Premonitions of War. That's another band that asked me to join at one point too, before Kevin got in, when Gabe left.
Really?
Yeah, and I think it was probably around the time when I was in the network, and I was like, yeah, no, I'm not really interested in doing vocals in another like serious like touring band. And then JF, when I think I saw JF on that tour, he's like, how come you didn't want to do vocals for us, but you joined through the eyes of the band? And I was like, I just like changed my mind, man. I think I just caught me at a bad moment because I fucking love Iron Business. Like, no sweat. Would have done it in a heartbeat if I think I was like wanting to tour again, like full time in a way. So I think for a minute I really wasn't, and I was like, fuck it, let's do it,
Just a quick second to talk about the sponsor of today's episode. You guys already know it's Indie Merch Store. Massive shout out to them for continuously supporting the show. We got a few things to talk about today. First up, we've got Carnifex celebrating a whole ass decade of their album Slow Death. That's fucking crazy. But they're celebrating this with a pretty cool merch drop with a bunch of album themed merch. We got tanks, tees, flags, patches, and yes, due to the multiple requests, the Defend Death Metal caps are back. This has been out of stock for a while, so be sure to secure yours before they sell out. All this stuff is in stock right now and shipping immediately, so you can head on over to indiemerchstore.com to secure yours today before it sells out. Be sure to also catch the band on tour with All Shall Perish alongside Extermination, Dismemberment, and Our Boys in Mauled. That's hitting all of the US and parts of Canada all throughout November this year. So do check out the dates. Also, we have Crown Magnetar. Got a brand new record coming up, The Hollowing of Godflesh. They've got a band exclusive variant of a vinyl plus the unique Leader Records pressing, along with some crucial merchandise and CDs. All that over at indiemerchstore.com, just like the brand new To the Grave record as well, Liberation Front. Also, limited vinyl, CD, full merch spread. Very dope. Go check it out. indiemerchstore.com. You can catch Crown Magnetar and To the Grave on their co-headliner tour. Let me check where this is actually hitting before I say some nonsense. Yes, this is all throughout the month of November and December with special guests. Face Yourself. You got a bunch of cool bands doing support slots throughout the entire tour. Got Tracheotomy, Squelching, I Declare War, and Amiona. It's doing a few dates. Alice Kohler's band. So do check out the dates, check out the records, check out the pre-orders, all that over at indiemerchstore.com. Massive shout out to them for supporting the show. As always, you guys can use code BRUTALITY at checkout for 10% off of your entire order. Again, that's code BRUTALITY at checkout for 10% off of your entire order. Massive shout out to Indie Merch. Now back to the show. I was wondering, like, so you did have to kind of squeeze this entire recording, and as we were alluding to as well, just the stress of it all and the time constraint. Like it's all within like a week and stuff. Like how was it for you just vocally from like blowing out your voice or any of these things? Were you chill? And again, you mentioned not really doing vocals for a couple of years before that too, kind of getting back into it. Like, was it harder? Was it, do you have any problems when you were doing vocals? Because, I mean, sounds great, but you never know.
It's like one of the first times I did like a full, I guess, no, that really was the first time I did like a full length with the material. On a mic on a stand too. Like Rutan was like, this is the same fucking mic Mariah Carey uses to record her shit. Like he was all like, it was like gold and fucking looked ridiculous. The highest quality thing you could have. Yeah, it was fucking funny.
There's no touching it. You get no cupping the mic.
Don't fucking touch it. Don't spit on it. Don't touch it. Yeah, no cupping. And he was like, so I mean, it all sounded good. It was hard for me to like have to stand there and like, it's weird because like, I guess the problem is like where my voice comes from is like my gut. So like if I'm doing something like when I'm doing it live, like I'm gonna come down like this and I'm using my diaphragm, whatever the fuck, my fucking beer gut to push out the noises. So to have to stand there like straight up and like do that, I think it like took away from some of it.
Yeah,
I don't know. It was just hard. It was just hard to get used to. Same thing with like doing the highs and shit. Like, I don't think I ever really lost my voice. I just don't think I wasn't able to capture it like it was supposed to. Or like I guess I would have wished it would have sounded like.
Yeah. Was there any direction from the band when it came to what they wanted, not wanted, highs, lows, like patterns, whatever? Like, was there any like a lot of involvement there? Or?
Yeah. No, I mean, it was mostly see who was. I was thinking who everyone was there. Was everybody there? I think everybody was there. Yeah, down there. I don't think maybe Josh went home early. Maybe we're gonna hang out. I forget. It was mostly Justin, and I and Jake too. Were like writing some lyrics here and there. We were just trying to just all work together to just create shit. And yeah, same thing with the direction on the lows, highs, phrasing, things like that. Just all trying to make it kind of come together in a way that worked in the time frame we had.
Yeah.
So it was
because that's like particular, right? I bring that up because of that, like the fact that ultimately you're also collaborating with like strangers, with like people you just met. It's also
Yeah.
their band, and they have probably an idea of what that record wants,
Yeah.
how they want it to sound like, and all these things. And you're
Vision
you're
and-
like the outside guy coming in to do this thing, but you're the one who has to perform it. So it must have been like a bit of a trip, like that whole thing. Like it could have not been a match and been like shit. You know, what it sounds like is it doesn't seem, from what you're saying, doesn't seem like it was, but it very easily could have been like, I hate these guys, I don't get along with these guys, and you know.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I'm pretty like easy meeting new people and just trying to, I don't know, just trying to be funny, just not make things like too difficult hanging out with people I've never met. You know what I mean? Just trying to shoot the shit, get to know people, and it's really, if they're fucking weird, then I'm just not gonna have much for them, I guess, in a way. But nobody in the band was really weird, so they all had their own like different personalities. Everybody's like, different in their own fun way. That's what I could say. Like, so it was pretty easy. Like the 4 guys that were left were like a unit, so it worked out. It wasn't like going in and one guy's like, well, it wasn't like you hear some bands where like 2 guys kind of like control it and argue about this or that during the whole process. I mean, it was pretty easy. Yeah. There was none of that. No, I mean, Justin obviously wrote a lot of the shit. Jake, the bassist, he wrote one of the songs in the record too. He's actually originally a guitarist. He's another really good guitarist. Josh, he was just a funny fucking, just happy-go-lucky dude, ridiculous drummer. Like, he's probably like one of the funniest dudes I've been in the band with. Just fun to hang out with. Just nothing could bother him really,
Yeah. What about like recording with Rutan? Because I know you'd already been, it's not like you were meeting him for the first time. You already knew Eric at this point, but it must have been kind of cool, microphone aside, from recording, doing a record with him, Yeah. There's like some aura to that.
Yeah. I mean, I grew up on like Morbid Angel and, Hate Eternal was fucking sick. And plenty of the bands he's recorded and shit like that, obviously heard us. So yeah, it's to be in a legendary presence of like that, world that, molded me in a way. So yeah. And he's a fucking great dude. Like, he's not a rock star, and he's just a ridiculously awesome death metal guitarist and vocalist. So, I mean, and he's just a great producer as well. So, I mean, there's not much I got nothing bad to say about that dude. He's awesome.
He, I mean, it's been so long now, so likely moved, but on the off chance, like, I know his place got like flooded or some shit like that, like a few years ago. Like, is this the same place?
Yeah.
Do you know? Are you aware?
I think so. Or was it the original Morris Sound Studios? Something, or was it, the hell was it? I think it was, but I think he was managed to recover in a way. I don't know. I just remember hearing about it, thinking like, "Oh, that sucks," but I don't remember hearing any follow up about if it was all right or was able to get salvaged and everything's okay. I don't know.
So you hop in on a tour like right away afterwards. You got like two days practice straight to Europe. Is this your first Euro at that point?
Yeah.
So new band, new songs, new people, straight out of the studio, flights to Europe. What was that? What was that tour experience like?
I had to like expedite my
passport and shit. Yeah.
Yeah. While I was in Florida, like it was just like, yeah, get down here. We'll hopefully get it figured out in time. And this is before the days when like, kind of traveling and this shit was like way less fucking crazy. I mean, it's still post 9/11, but not like it's become to this day. So,
Europe is probably your best case scenario. Also, in that regard, is around that time it was very much so like visas, whatever. Or like you get them done like when you arrive, type thing.
Yeah, I think they were already set up and the paperwork was ready. I think we actually missed the first 3 days because we had to finish the recording and we had to practice before going. So I think we had to, it was like a thing where did we drive back or fly back? I think they had a van. So I think we all drove back to South Carolina, practiced a couple days, just a lot. And then I just went to Europe.
Just properly blow your voice out just real good before hopping and being jet lagged and starting a month-long Euro tour. Let's go.
No. I was good, man. I think I was just fine. Like I said, I've only truly lost my voice like a couple times, whereas like there was just like no salvaging it. It was like I said, it's mostly because I got sick.
Mm-hmm.
I've been pretty lucky. You know, I haven't like toured incredibly full time by any means, you know, to the point where it's just like, you know, my voice has been like truly beat the shit out of over like a decade of touring and whatever. So I've been able to like preserve it in a way, I guess. I don't know.
Sure.
European tour was cool. Yeah, Ion Dissonance, Dead to Fall. We had some other shows we met up a few times with Dying Fetus, Skinless, and Cattle Decapitation. And I think, was it War from a Harlot's Mouth? I believe as well. So that was fucking cool. Those were
was it like a festival season or just
it was, yeah.
Tours?
And I think the first day of that tour, that one of the ones we missed was one of the bigger festivals in the UK somewhere. I forget which one I missed. That one was supposed to be, I think we were supposed to play like the Red Core and a bunch of other bands. You know, that were like big in like that scene at the time, like the burgeoning deathcore and like metalcore, death metal scene, all that shit. The tour was cool though. I think a lot of fun, saw a lot of cool places. Reception, one of the funnest shows was it was in Slovenia, and it was in this really small. It was like a really small town on a river, and you know, it was surrounded by like these beautiful green hills and everything else around there. Like, it was a very like quaint town, but there was this venue that was like a very small like arched tunnel kind of thing.
Okay,
and you know, maybe like 100 kids came out. And it just got like more and more bananas as the night went on. Where like when we played, I think the crowd picked me up and was like crowd surfing me while I was finishing like the last two songs or something. And then Dead to Fall was headlining, and like when Dead to Fall was playing, like their last few songs, like they had everybody except the drummer like up in the air, and they had somebody like surfing in the crowd. Like it was just like, it was wild. It just was like a silly, like ridiculous time in like that. You know, it's like it's surrounded by this like beautiful scenery of like, you know, nature essentially. It was cool.
You kind of you said the word reception. Oh, so I am curious, like live, like how was that fine? Was that cool? Like people expecting to see another guy and then it's you instead?
I don't know. I don't know if they did or not. Honestly, it's been a while.
Sometimes you get a bit of the German honesty, you know, that kicks in from a couple people, and they let you know.
We played. That's actually funny, because there was a show we played in Germany, and that was one of the ones. I think it was one of the ones we met up with Skinless, Cattle Decapitation, and Fetus. And two stories from that one. I remember walking by. I think these two guys were doing an interview with Ion Dissonance. I think it was like Kevin. I think maybe it was like JF were talking to him. It was these two German interviewers, and they were like, I remember stopping because they were like you just mentioned, like the German, like the forward, like no snark or anything. It's just like, so how come you're like less technical on the new album and this and that? And they were like, it just seemed like they were like biting them really, really hard. I remember they're like walking by and they were actually just like, they're like, and they kept asking other questions too, like almost like, why did you guys change up? Why does it suck now in a way? You know, like they were just like, your old stuff it was like, you know, your old stuff's better. What'd you do? Why'd you change kind of thing? Like that's the vibe I was getting from like the conversation. And I just remember seeing like the Ion guys like looking at like whenever they're asking the question, they were like, no, the album's like still really technical. Like it's just heavier.
Say
like,
even to that, like, what are you supposed to say to that? Like, we just wanted to make something not as good, so that's what we did. We're lazy.
It was odd as hell. Like just the very like forward nature of the whole conversation. It was just like, wow, you guys are not nice at all. Like,
Can you imagine inviting someone just to roast them? Like,
it was almost like when they were getting roasted by the interviewers. Yeah, it's kind of what it was. I was like, this is like, what did they get themselves into?
Like, they were so mad at them. They took it personal that the album changed a little bit, and they're like, let's invite them and let them know that
let's fly them overseas just so we can tell them face to face.
We're gonna get answers today.
Yeah, we're gonna make them look stupid. The other thing, if it was Germany the same way, this one I know was in Germany. Like, there was Cat Lady Cap was playing. I think they were like second to last out of the whole bill. And the crowd all night was quiet, like the most minimal amount of cheering for every single band. But then I remember, like, all the bands sold a ton of merch that night. But like the one reaction that came out of the crowd was Travis from Cat Lady Cap is like, you can see him on stage being like, just, I guess, kind of frustrated with like the lack of involvement from the crowd or whatever. He's like, this song is called Bukkake Tsunami. It's about getting cum on all your faces. And like, then there was like an eruption of cheers from the crowd. And it was like, that was like the only reaction from the crowd all night. I just remember like that. Like, there was no like moshing or anything. Like, there was like a little bit of pushing and then it got stopped like real quick or something. But it was like the rest of the night, there was nothing for like any other bands. It was just, that was the only thing that registered with anybody.
Okay, so for people watching, that's what you do. If your show isn't going very well, you scream something like that. That's your. That's.
I remember his face was like, he turned around when the crowd reacted. He was just like this is the reaction. Yeah. That's the one that gets them. Yeah, that's what Germany likes. Yeah.
I'm curious to know, because we're talking about that. Like, are you someone like in a situation like that? Like, are you someone who's just gonna do his thing or whatever, or does it get to you? You think? Like, I'm talking just in general, in a situation like that where people are not giving you,
nobody's doing anything.
Yeah, like they look this. In your mind, are you just going for like, are you going harder, or are you just like, I'm gonna do my thing? Like, what's going on?
I think sometimes I would go harder, or sometimes I would end up just like doing more like trolly clowny shit, I guess, like just not acting as metal as possible on stage, or like overacting being metal or something, like the whole like put your fucking horns up shit. Like, I would pretend like I would be playing to like a larger crowd and they were actually giving me the reaction that, a bigger crowd should be doing. I'd be like, just going at it like you've probably seen like some like small bands or like local bands pretend like they're playing, I want to thank you for coming out. And they do this whole like rousing approach to like, pretending they're bigger than they are kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Or just do that.
Giving you the encore, the local band asking for, giving you the encore that no one asked for, that's going over their time limit. Yeah.
yeah, shit like that. But I just, to the next level, just make it ridiculous, because then I can at least be entertained if everybody looks like they're bored. So
there's like 5 people at the merch table. Someone a wall of death today, you guys.
Yeah.
There's like 5 people just being like, is he talking to us? Like, is that?
Then you're like, does my band suck? Like, does nobody really like us? Like, they don't want to do a wall of death. Like, I've seen way shittier bands get walls of death just because they ask for it, because kids just want to smash each other. But, shit happens.
Oh yeah. No, I was asking that because I think it's a part that maybe people outside music you won't think about that. Like, on paper, like just playing shows, it sounds like, oh, that's so sick, you're playing shows. Yeah, but sometimes need to deal with that stuff. Like when we're talking with Alex from Despise, that in the beginning they were rejected from that metal. People were upset, probably because they're wearing hats and they looked like hardcore dudes. Like
hats.
That was just for people watching that maybe are younger. That was the ultimate thing you could do. If you would have if you wear a cap on stage, it's over. Like you're
black brim and foil shirts.
Mm-hmm.
You're not metal. and that was a problem. So yeah, I wanted to know because it's not. It can be very. You can feel vulnerable. Like you're on stage, it's your music, you're performing a show, and all of a sudden people are.
Yeah, to me, it's more the fact of not being able to feed off the energy of a crowd, right? Like everything just becomes easier if the crowd is giving you something, right? So, but to what you were saying, it seems like you had your coping mechanisms for for when you weren't getting that energy. You were getting it somewhere else. At least having fun with yourself.
Yeah, it's like there's no ego that I've got that was like it would bum me out if like the reaction wasn't as good. It's just like I'm just gonna have fun with it. Like at least if I can entertain myself, then we'll be all right.
Mm-hmm.
And playing tight too, things like that. Just as long as we're playing tight, that's the other thing. We were like sloppy and it was just a shit show. It's like it's kind of a bum.
Oh yeah, those are the shows that you like get worked up about after a set, not because the crowd sucked. If you performed bad, you're like those are the ones that haunt you at night.
Yeah, 3 Guys a Day was like one of the first bands I was taking like seriously because it was already like a bigger established band in a way. And I was like, well, maybe this is like a time where I was like, maybe I will like enjoy being in a professional band. And very early on, I think I was already learned that it's going to be hard for me to do this.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I did my best, I guess. So
were they big party guys or nah?
Let's see. I think Justin drank a bit. I was definitely the one who drank the most. I brought that in. Guys kind of smoked weed a lot.
Oh, yeah. You were the party that came into. Okay.
Even if it's just me drinking by myself and just like wandering around backstage or something or hanging by the merch table or something. Just again, trying to like entertain people just with just like I'm just looking for like just entertaining, like, again, making people laugh or smile or even just like shooting the shit ton about music. Like that's probably the biggest thing that like I enjoyed was like if I ever like I'm not hanging by the merch table to like sign autographs. I think that's just fucking clowny, honestly. Like I reluctantly, you do it reluctantly because this person looks up to you, loves your band, whatever, and I was like that's whatever. But like the lack of like me ever wanting to like that does anything for me, absolutely not. Like it's just weird to me every way around it.
Mm-hmm.
But to like hang out just to like shoot a shit with people who like similar music and talk about music, things like that, like that's probably the best like aspect about any of that. And like typically anyone that would come up and like give me shit and like make fun of me and like take me down a peg, like that's where I'm at. Cause like it's kind of like growing up and like working in a lot of like skilled trades and shit in New England. Like there's that whole attitude where you're always giving each other shit and, you're always checking everybody like, oh yeah, you think you're so fucking good. Yeah. This and that. It's like, yeah, I don't fucking think so. And those are the people that I enjoy, not like the super fan punishers that like they end up like hanging around you just because they can be around you in a way. Like that's just
they get
weird
something out of it. Yeah.
And it's like it just gets weird, you know what I mean? But by any means, but I didn't have to deal with that really all that much because I would just dip out and like, just don't want to deal with it. I'm not going to deal with it. It's that simple. So I don't owe anybody anything at the end of the day when it comes to like that shit like that, you know what I mean? But at the same time, I'm also not going to be straight out the bat, like just disregard anybody either. So, give anybody the time of day off the bat. When I'm starting to feel like it's not like this organic, like hangout session or anything, like I'm going to just get out because it's just getting weird and awkward and I just don't want to deal with it.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What's so you guys you do this tour and then I assume a few months down the line the record comes out or at least some music starts coming out. But this record ultimately is a pretty is a success for all intensive purposes. Like it sells really well for like a deathcore band, for like a band of that genre. Like it sells really well. First week, you got like play on MTV with the Failure in the Flesh music video, stuff like that.
Yeah, I got it. the Headbangers Ball for like a month or two, maybe, or something like that. I forget. And it got like nominated for a Headbangers Ball award.
Mm.
It didn't win. I think it did. It was like Video of the Year or something. At least nominated, but I don't think it ended up in the running or something. But
I mean, it charted Billboard like Heat Seekers, which that by
crazy.
Yeah, like for like the genre, that's like really fucking cool.
Yeah.
At that time specifically too.
Yeah, because I think that was the heyday of a lot of bands getting their albums downloaded and not
like,
purchased.
It was still like early days for like deathcore being cool or accepted or whatever, right? And like Through the Eyes of the Dead wasn't like the biggest fucking band either, right? So I'm just trying to see it like, and I guess pose the question like, how was it for you, kind of like the rollout of that album, and maybe we can talk a little bit about the music video itself. And like kind of the success that record had, because I'm assuming at this point it's like the most success an album of yours that you're a part of has, right? So
yeah, it was definitely cool because especially because it was like so rushed. It was hopefully it just doesn't just like bomb and tank because you didn't get like the right something in there and whatever it was. But it was, I think reception was definitely good. I can say that. Like the other tours that we did, really didn't really play any bad shows as far as I remember. They were all pretty awesome. Good, like awesome tours too. Like I think we did a headliner. I forget which one was first. Maybe we did the Red Chord tour, the Red Chord headliner, and it was us. Was that the one? Was us and Despised? It kind of melted together. It was Despised, See You Next Tuesday, All Shall Perish. It was a pretty banger tour for the time.
That's a fucking lineup, if so.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember who it was. Because then I think the other
in
one.
Those days too. Sheesh.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember, because then the headliner after that was we headlined. It was us, As Blood Runs Black, Beneath the Masker. Love that band.
God.
Yeah, Elliot's one of my favorite fucking. I don't even think can you consider that band deathcore or not, but he's one of my favorite vocalists because he's just, again, meat and potatoes, just like powerhouse.
Mm-hmm.
Love it.
Looks like it too.
Yeah, he looks like, exactly. Yeah, he's just a monster.
But that's what's cool is seeing him live, right? Like too, like just seeing that dude perform those vocals and the way he performs. He's got like a very like Origin kind of vibe to how he fronts the band too. So it's just like brutal as fuck. You know, I don't know. Such a
You would get shit on back then for being in a deathcore band. I'm pretty sure not many people gave that guy shit. Would be my guess. I don't think that he was the person to go and, and say something like that. But there is something to be said about, not to say that everybody should be that imposing, but it sure had something to it. It does add something to it.
For sure.
Like
the live show, man. It's what it's all about, man.
You know, like it is scary to see someone who, while you're watching, you're like, maybe he would kill someone, like maybe he would.
He definitely has it in him. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe he did and no one knows like what's, but we talk a lot on the show about, deathcore or metal in general being scary. And it is part of it. You can be really nice outside of it. But it needs to be scary. There's that layer of, it takes you somewhere else.
Imposing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. This is.
I'm trying to think. Yeah, he's probably one of the better vocalists that did that like convincingly.
Can you think of other tours you did with them?
The other tour we did was with As Lay Dying headlining. And that was All That Remains and Haste the Day.
Ooh. Haste the Day. Oh my God. Sorry. Yeah, I was a big fan of Haste the Day.
Yeah, I mean, they played this like Christian venue.
Dead and Haste Today on the same tour is wild.
Yes,
I mean, you guys on that tour period, but that's funny as hell.
Makes no sense, but it's.
I know. It's no dig. I I've enjoyed music from all of these bands, but that's a wild lineup.
It is.
Yeah, we were opening. We got good reaction. The last show on the tour was really fucking absolute bananas. And it actually
In a
like
good way.
oh yeah, like the last show we played of that tour, like I had seen Haste Today so many times playing this Christian venue back home that was just like one of the places to go to see shows. And they were always like touring, probably one of the original vocalists too. And so like I had like an old Haste Today EP from way back in the day, from like, buying at the show or whatever. Because like my other friends in a band called Mercury Switch, they probably played them a couple times too. They I think it was like the second to last day or the last day of the show, we're like hanging out back. And I'd always been like, we'd always like pass each other on the tour, but never really like hung out and like chilled, even though I'd be like, hey, what's going on, guys? And I like finally like I said, second to last day of the tour, I was like, yeah, I used to see you guys all the time at like Drifters in Nashville. And they're like, whoa, really? And I was like, yeah. I was like, I've probably seen you guys like, half a dozen times. They're like, yeah. Owner there, Christian, like he's a good guy. And I was like, yeah, he's kind of weird, but it's whatever. Like, they're like, oh, we didn't even know. We thought you guys were like, just, they had this whole thing because they were like I'm going to say poppy metalcore, but like the melodic metalcore with the catchy chorus and shit. I was watching them like a lot during the tour because they're a solid band. They were killing it. They were nice guys.
They assumed the death metal guys would not fuck with them type of thing. Yeah.
We're out there being brutal. And and I was like, they said that. And like from that moment on, it was like, oh man, I wish we'd have known that. We could have been hanging out. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm like, sorry. Like we're not mean guys, whatever. And then like I ended up doing a song with them on the last night of the tour, which was fun. So, but like that last night of that tour, we played, I think it was Soma in San Diego. And I guess there's a small room, but this was like the big room, and it had sold out. It was like a 2,000 cap venue or something like that. And before we even hit the stage, like we're like walking out on stage, and there's already like a fucking circle pit, like the whole venue, like it's already just moving before we're even out like sound checking or whatever. I was just like, and I had already kind of decided I was done with the band at this point, like no matter how crazy the fucking shows were. So I was like, this will be a good one to go out on, like in my head, like kind of thing. So, and the show was it was just absolutely crazy. Like I don't even think As Lay Dying's response that night was anything like what we got. But it was also by the time that they played, there's probably another like 500, 800 people in the place. So it was more packed. Probably didn't look as crazy, even though it was as crazy in a different way. But we were getting off stage and like this, like the stagehand guy was like, man, I ain't never seen no fucking Ultimate band get a reaction like that, let alone Lamb of God headliner down here. We were like, oh, that's pretty fucking cool, man. Like it was like absolutely fucking crazy. Like just probably the wildest show I ever played in terms of like a big show like that. But I think I said in the last podcast, we dipped out on like a going home show with All Remains to go play with the Acacia Strain in New Orleans with Implosive Discordance.
Yeah.
So that was actually the last show with the guys that I played.
Okay.
Also a good one. So I got to see Implosive, which was just fine.
Okay. Well, look, since we're kind of talking about it already, what was the decision there? What was what did it come down to, if you don't mind sharing?
Because
you didn't stop playing music afterwards. I'll just say that. So
no. I was like, I think I was kind of bummed out on like Through the Eyes of the Dead wasn't a truly like 100% death metal band. The guys in the band were kind of at that point, because one of the original guitarists had left, and or maybe they got one of the original guitarists back in the band. What's his fucking name? Richard. He was in that other games. He was in another band with Gunnels, and he would like filled in, but then stayed in the band too. But there was like just like a thing in the band where people weren't kind of getting along in the best way. And instead of me like also voicing like, how to fix this, what's going on, what's going to like bring the excuse me, like the camaraderie up, I guess. I was just like drinking a ton just to fucking deal with it, and like almost avoiding being around anybody except for like dudes that I knew in like cities I'd be going to just to like hang out and drink with them. Um, and just like leave, but I would individually have a good time with the dudes in the band, you know what I mean?
Sure.
But getting everybody together to hang out and kick it was like, it was always like some subtle tension, just some bullshit. Like it wasn't nothing that came to like blows or yelling and screaming. It was just like, yeah, and it was just kind of like bumming me out. I was just like, I didn't really think I wanted to do like death metal vocals that much. And it was also like, just like being in a big band is kind of like a bummer to me. Like playing on big stages, I just like didn't really like it. I don't know what that is. Like, and maybe a lot of it has to do with like not having like a dedicated sound guy or something. Like I don't want to have fucking in ears. I don't want to have earplugs. I want to hear everything loud and good. And I think the big stages take that away. You're kind of away from people too. I want to be able to like grab people by their fucking face and stuff a mic in their head, their face too, like shit like that. Like, again, like the love for like hardcore approach to vocals and like that connection with people is kind of where I was at, which it was prevalent in the deathcore scene, and even some death metal bands dudes did that and stuff. But I think the bigger you get, the harder it was getting, and
well, them being more death metal forward too, right? Is
it was closer to death metal than it
less
was
of
deathcore,
a hardcore kind of approach to the crowd and all these things, right?
Yeah. It was kind of like in the same vein where Unearth had gone, where Unearth was more metal, but still had like those crushing fucking mosh parts.
Yeah.
And that was, is like I said, it was more metal, more death metal than it was the core deathcore, but still you're playing with those bands. It was not like I was bummed out by all those bands and things like that. I was just like kind of over it for a minute. I don't know. Maybe it was just seemed like it was getting watered down, like playing with a lot of these bands in deathcore bands. It just seemed like it was like these, I don't know, it's like, I could say performative, but it was just, I don't know. It just seemed like a watering down a lot of like music at that point. Like it was like the growth of deathcore. So you get a lot of these bands that are not that fucking great, diluting the scene before you get a lot of other younger bands that come in and like fine tune the formula in a way and create other things like shit like that.
The 2.0, the where the stuff gets interesting. Yeah.
You're adding the elements of the things like I don't even know, like more technical aspects, but like I don't really like super fucking, like I can't listen to like Rings of Saturn, bands like that. Like it sounds like it's programmed on a computer in a way. Like Beneath the Massacre is super fucking tech, but it has an abrasive quality to it. You know what I mean? Like, and that's probably because it's also in part because of Elliot's vocals. Like he sounds mean, sounds imposing, and a lot of super technical bands don't sound aggressive. It just sounds like technical for the sake of being technical, which is awesome. Like I'm not taking away talent or anything else like that from bands like to do that shit, but like I never got into Born of Osiris, whatever, Veil of Maya, all that shit. But those bands are foundational for what a lot of other deathcore bands turn into and shit for like tech shit, like all that stuff.
What about Gent? I'm kidding. No, but
that's another genre that like I fucking love. I've loved Meshuggah since Chaos Fear, essentially. A little bit of like not Chaos Fear, because actually when Chaos Fear came out, like similar to Calculating Infinity, when Chaos Fear came out after hearing what's the fucking album before that? Future Breed Machine? No, what's the album before that? Destroyers Improve. Yeah, I'm like, I know it's 3 words, but Future Breed Machine was like the popular song from that album. So that album was like less chaotic than Chaos Fear in terms of like the time signatures and shit, aside from New Millennium Cyanide Christ, which was like, the hit off that. But when I first bought Chaos Fear, I was like, I don't get it. It's different. It was something like didn't click with me. And I came back to it years later, and I've been a fan of like every album since then, basically. But like some Meshuggah and whatever they spawned that turned into gent shit, like a lot of it I wasn't into until like was it Viljarta?
Sure.
Not sure how to pronounce it, essentially.
No, look, you can't ask the two French speaking people to pronounce band names, but yes.
I have a side quest to a French band, a Canadian band that I've liked for a long time. Tech Death from Canada, Quo Vadis.
Oh, sure.
Familiar?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What's that fucking Day Into Night, that album?
Mm-hmm.
Heard that years ago on like this college radio station back home. the song Shores of Ithaca. I had like recorded on a tape, and that song for like 2 decades now plus has just been like, or probably almost 2 decades at this point. It's been just an amazing fucking song. Like to this day holds up. The album holds up too, but that song specifically has just been fantastic. Like I think it's
the
amazing.
rotation since.
Yeah, I listen to it like frequently still. Like it's just a great album. So yeah, Jen, so Vajrata, that album was the album Mastodon. Probably called Mastodon, like, but it's, it's in where was that from? Norway, Sweden, something like that. I have no idea where they're from. I know Norway, it's Denmark, somewhere over there.
Yeah.
It was like, it was a whole winter when I was listening to that album for no good reason aside from the fact that I was plowing snow, and we had an exceptionally snowy winter in New Hampshire, so I was like out all the time. And if for whatever reason I just kept going back to that album, even though I didn't really like the genre of gent, but that album grew on me so much. It was like my go-to album for being out late at night and like just plowing fucking snow. It was just like, it just turned into like the first one I put on. I'd go out, I'd start plowing, I'd fucking throw that shit on. I'd just be out there like pushing snow for hours, and then it would just, evolve from there. But that was like a soundtrack for a whole winter, basically.
We're gonna have to try
Swedish
it
here. People are gonna crucify us.
I know, yeah.
Swedish, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
but they're the type of band that's like, well, I think the bands that went kind of like on that whatever Thal or whatever you want to call that kind of like brand of gent, that the bands like them took it in a heavier kind of sense than what a lot of the scene was doing before that. And also to pair with fucking plowing snow outside in the middle of the night, it's like such those records and those songs are like, they're moods, it's like a bit of a trance kind of thing,
an atmosphere.
Right? It's an atmospheric thing, right? So it fits all that sort of music too. It's to me, it's like it's a vibe. Some music fits specific activities or things better than others, And some people they love that shit all year round for doing anything. But I definitely, you say like shoveling snow and Vajrata, and I'm like, yeah, that checks out. That makes sense.
Yeah. And again, it might have had something to do with like the artwork or something that made it seem like, they're obviously if they're Swedish, then they're probably used to some fucking snow too. So maybe it all incorporates in some way, like just that creates like that kind of atmosphere that sounds cold and like, oppressive in a way. So,
the cold seeps through the music. We can't escape it. We can't escape it. Okay, so you're like you're just like not feeling it. You're kind of like deciding this on tour, like, you know what?
Yep.
I'm probably gonna hang it up after this tour. I assume you didn't discuss that during the tour. It was kind of like, hey, let's ride this one out, and you're playing these dope ass final shows. You're like, all right, this could be a proper send off type of thing.
Yeah, and it wasn't like can't really say I was like excited or care. I mean, because like really all the shows on that last tour was sick. It was like an As I Dine headliner. There was usually between like 1,000 and 2,000 people to show every night. Like these big venues.
As I Lay, All That Remains, 2007, 8 is like peak
on top of the world.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was big shows.
It's crazy.
Yeah. So it was fun. Yeah, but it was just, I didn't discuss it. And again, it was like also like drinking to avoid discussing being unhappy in a way with things that probably could have been resolved, by something they're talking about. Or maybe I would have just capitulated to like, yeah, okay, and drink my way through it until I just kind of got bored with it again or something. No idea. It was just like the headspace I was in. Like
it's what ifs, right? You don't know.
It's a drinking thing. Like it's I used it to, because I also don't like being on a fucking stage. Like I guess we'll get into that later when it comes to fit, but I might have even like kind of been in and out of not starting to like not want to drink as much for a point in my life at the time. So then when I did, I would really be like not like being around people. And like and to be on bigger stages, I had to like drink, make sure I was like drinking and having a good time to put on a show. Because at the same time, I didn't want to like, even though I was disinterested in being there, I didn't want to remove everyone else's hard work in the band, because they're all playing, like it's still a thing. It's still going to continue to be a thing. I'm not
Yeah.
going to like go out of my way to ruin anybody else's hard work. So I'm still going to at least put the effort in. And again, you're like, I don't want to, you know, lest I think somebody else thinks I'm not capable or something like that, or just like he's phoning it in too. Like I didn't want to have that come back to the band in any way. So
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, you also mentioned like it's maybe the first time you're kind of seeing it also in a more professional sense, you know, doing the whole band thing. So that also kind of, I feel like, plays a part in like, okay, here let me do my job. I'm on this tour. I'm not gonna just quit or start problems halfway through. Like let's get through this. Let's be adults here, and then we'll deal with it after. Was there what was kind of those conversations like? Like was there falling out at first? Was it kind of like did they get it? Were they bummed? Do you remember how that kind of went?
there might not have been much because I think what happened is I got drunk, and towards the end of the tour, my friend, my buddy Dave, who was in Since the Flood, I went to school with him. He was a couple, like 2 years below me in high school, and we become friends, you know, just to listen to like hardcore metal and stuff. And he had been doing Since the Flood for a long time, and they had lost their singer a few months before that, whatever. They had some fill-ins and stuff. And around the time that I think the fill-in, who was a Canadian dude, by the way,
great
another
people.
kid named Nate. Yeah, another kid named Nate.
Okay.
It was just like a whatever vocalist, you know, he plopped into being a hardcore vocalist, and it was whatever. It was nothing special, I guess. Didn't bring anything new to the table, except for he had like what they, you know, assumed to be a good personality, whatever. But he left or was kicked out for whatever reason. And then David hit me up, like, yeah, just join Since the Flood, man. Like, just come join us. Like, and I'd known the other guys in the bands like since the inception of the band too, from the original members who I had known before they were in Since the Flood, like all these guys from other local bands. And then other bands that came in with some of those members left. I just like kind of knew everybody that had been in and out of the band. So it was like just dudes I'd known and drank with and been friends with for a long ass time. So I was just like, yeah, fuck it, I'll do it. And then it was easy because you know essentially knew the words to all the songs that they had. But that was the thing too, where they had put an album out with a new singer, and then he left for whatever reason. Maybe because like touring was getting too crazy. I don't remember why the original guy Chuck left, because he was like the OG dude who was in the band the whole time until he left. Basically, you know, the face of the band the whole time. He so I think it was just like I got drunk one night and just like through the eyes hadn't announced anything, and then I probably done the same thing. Like I didn't feel like talking to anybody. I just emailed management, everybody in the band at the same time. Like, yeah, I'm just done with the band. I'm not interested. You know, not interested in royalties, anything like that. Whatever, you know, is what it is. I'm just over it. Sorry. It might have been some like standoffish, like just get it out of the way. You know, I probably got drunk one night and just made the email because I just was like, I don't want to fucking deal with it. And it was like hush hush for a while. I didn't announce it or anything, and then I just was like on MySpace, and I was like, I quit through the eyes of dead. I'm joining Since the Flood. Haha. Like I made this whole thing about it. Like it's fucking whatever. It was kind of probably a dick move because it put like through the eyes, like put like prosthetic on fucking panic mode and everything else because the album had just come out or whatever. You know, essentially like a few months before.
Not the best promotion, maybe, but
yeah, because that was my mindset too at that time. I was like, well, fuck it, I don't care. Like I'm over like professional band bullshit. Like, I was just kind of like sour on the whole industry. That was like the whole time where I was like, okay, now I know I don't like the fucking music industry and shit like that and it wasn't like I didn't like Prosthetic or I didn't like EJ who ran Prosthetic or I didn't like our management, Jason, one of the best dudes in the planet. Like, you know, I was like, you know, in retrospect, it would have been nicer to have been like an adult about it and like talk to him something, be like, yeah, I know, sorry, we can't work it out. And thinking, but I was just like, I'm just going to drink my way through it, deal with it, you know, the lamest way possible, basically. Just join this other band. Sorry, see ya, you know, whatever. So
my posted on MySpace and
yeah,
Lamb Goats picking it up, and it's I remember the article like it was like in the post is like he leaving Through the Eyes of the Dead, and he already joined this other band since the Flood. Like it was like in the same post.
Yeah, and it was like something where it was like I think EJ from Prosthetic was pissed at the time too, because he thought that I had already planned on like quitting like long before the tour, but I literally was like, I decided I didn't want to be in a big band for You Guys Are Dead. And it was like shortly after I'd gotten home and I was like, I'd done all that shit where I decided I was like, I think Dave had just been like, just join Through the Eyes of the Dead, man. It's like, we're not going to be touring a whole lot. We're just kind of doing our thing. It won't be that, we're not going to be that crazy. We're a hardcore band.
Since the flood, you mean? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Since the flood. Yeah. It was like, he's like, we're obviously not going to be touring 2,000 cat venues and shit like that, but doing smaller tours. And I was like, yeah, whatever. I'll just fucking do it. Why the fuck not? Like,
if it's not a big commitment anyways, and whatever, it's just like, okay, it's just a thing to do. And
yeah, they still had like, they were still planning on doing bigger tours, but it wasn't, there's a difference between like being like there is a difference between, a hardcore band and, metal or deathcore. Like there is an atmosphere that carries in each genre that is different, where there's less of a quote unquote show you have to put on in a way. That's a very lame way of putting it, but because it also doesn't, if you carry yourself in a realistic, honest manner on stage, it doesn't matter what the fuck you do. And I think how I did that in Through the Eyes of Dead could have been just fine. Could have been what made me as a vocalist, why that, part of that band's success of me joining that band beyond the music itself. And that's something I had talked to Jason about too, because he was like, the manager for Through the Eyes of the Dead. He made some claim once. He's like, you're like the second coming of fucking Phil Anselmo, but in a fucking death metal band. And I was like, yeah, no, I'll take that, because my approach to live music was always probably close to anything Pantera was ever going to fucking do. Just like they're as raw as a live metal band of their size was ever going to fucking be.
Yeah.
And ever again too. Like, there will never be another Pantera that's like, that is like that, a live band that doesn't have much of a fucking goofy stage show. It's just kind of like a big stack of amps, some big banners, maybe some fire here and there, but that's just, and again, like the boozing, it's like that was probably part of it too. I was just like, fuck it, I'll just go up there and be an animal and whatever.
Just your focus is more about, from what I'm hearing, is more about connection and real moment with you're not about being performative or theatrical, and not that there's anything wrong with that, but
no, there's not.
From what I'm hearing, it's just not your reason why you want it to be on stage. Like from what you're saying, it's like, give me the small room. We're having freaking blasts together. It's gonna be as raw as it is, and it's almost them being there as we're jamming and going crazy together. From what I'm hearing, it seems to be what you loved. So after that, it's sort of a realization. It's not against anybody, but it's just like, oh, I'm seeing where this is going, and that's personally not why I make music. Not against anybody, not because it's wrong or anything. It just didn't resonate with you. Would that be a fair statement?
Yeah, like that. It's because there are plenty of great singers that are, metal frontmen that are, showmen, quote unquote, but are still, and they put on that show that larger crowds feed into and love to see, but are also probably like very humble, down to earth people off the stage. And they, it's not like this is an extension of them, but to an extent, like the band is their job or their source of income, and they have a large fan base that expects certain things. And it's like, if that's part of the show, that's what it is. Part of Pantera was how raw it was in that sense. And it's, too. So it works both ways, and I got nothing against it. It's just on a personal level, that's nothing that I could have fucking done. Like,
yeah, but the word you used was performative as well, which is different than just performing, right? Like if there's a difference
exactly,
between like doing the thing or that's like expected, but it's you, versus like doing a thing that's not you and like just pandering basically to a crowd.
Yeah, because there's plenty of bands that pander. They're pandering for a fucking paycheck, and it's like, in the same man too, like when you're at a point where you started a band for fun and you get to the point where it is your source of income to an extent, and you are also end up like in a relationship and you have children, and then you got to make sure those bills are paid, by all means keep that fucking ball rolling. And as long as if you're still enjoying it, or you still enjoy what you're giving to people, or and it is what it is, like there's no problem with that at all.
Yeah, it's just from what I'm hearing, you're the kind of person who could have made, let's say back in the days, a song with just your friends that nobody heard, but you just still had a blast and it was awesome and you're glad that you
Yep.
did it type
Yep.
thing. So
Yep.
it's just a different thing. Like for you, like for a lot of people, music becoming their job is the moments of their life, and for you, it's the opposite. It's just like prefer having it as a passion, prefer having it for this. And to your point, both are fine. Both is
Yep.
fine, but you're gonna have for sure to compromise certain things when it
Yeah.
becomes a job.
Yep.
That's just a fact. It's not against it. It's just what's gonna happen. You're. I don't think you're the person who's gonna appreciate corporate input and what he does in general, right? So
No.
You did mention kind of like the industry real quick too, and not being a fan. You gracefully mentioned that the people you were specifically working with aren't necessarily people involved a part of the problem. But is there something you can touch on in terms of like your kind of experience with just the industry as a whole and what you didn't enjoy about it?
I think a lot of it is what do we say is my experience? It's my experience with like seeing other bands, and how, again, with like the watering down of things, and how I want to say streamlined, and how there's certain, I don't know how to say it, because it's not like I'm pointing fingers at labels, because a lot of like the bigger metal labels like mostly took care of all the bands they signed, like, and EJ especially, like EJ, I always felt signed bands that he was taking chances on, either bands that he actually really enjoyed listening to, whether it was like the rock metal or death metal or metalcore or whatever bands were on Prosthetic. Like there's some very eclectic ones on there that I just think that he enjoyed and wanted to see put out there, but using like the world he created by having Lamb of God be on Prosthetic early and shit like that. Yeah. Like the money that came in from that, he was able to boost these other bands that might not get it from other big labels, but he could, because he saw something, heard something he loved. It was like, he could put it out, get it out there. Maybe it comes out of pocket in a way, but I just felt like he was always doing that. And like, and again, with our management, Jason was like a real good guy. Like he's not like he wasn't ever telling us we needed to do this, we should do this. It was always like trying to get us to do what was going to be, or just knowing what was going to be best, knowing that what we wanted out of certain things, kind of thing. But my experience was like seeing how social media and the industry as well played into like what bands do. Like you got to put the teaser of the teaser out before the 30-second clip of the song that's going to drop in a week, and then the video for it comes out a week later. And there's like this whole process of everything that comes out. It's just, and I get it. You got to put eyes on it. It's all this thing. And there is expectations, I think, from other bands. And you just see how a lot of them become a cartoon version of something they set out to be in the first place, or a cartoon version of other bands that are doing it. And they're just there to feed off of it. I don't know. There's plenty of bands who are doing it to be cool. That's the other part of it too, I guess. I don't know. And just anything, any industry that gets monetized in a way like that, it removes the fun, I think, in a way. I don't know. That's just for me.
Yeah,
well,
sure.
It is an important discussion to have, when and I heard that in not only music but in a lot of things, like I love skateboarding, for instance, and it's the same thing. Like once it becomes, oh shit, it's my job, well, maybe the way you were doing things is going to change a little bit. You're going to have that in mind.
Yeah.
I need to post
you could
this
be a voice to do it. Yeah.
So, and now there's it. I think it also comes down to when you have a lot of voices coming towards you, like you should do that, you should do this and this, maybe this. Like what people forget over time is there's a reason why people connected, and these people weren't around before. Like these corporate people didn't know, there was none of these people. Not to say every input is bad, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, sometimes I feel like they forget that they had something successful to begin with, or else nobody would have connected. And what we see over time, which is unfortunate, is they kind of lose that little thing, the little spark that they had, that was the reason why they were different, and then they become just what we already had or similar to what we're hearing. And just to relate back to music, another discussion we have a lot is back in the days we would have all these different sounds. I'm sure you remember on MySpace you mentioned like Veil of Maya, and even though it's not like your favorite thing, like you would hear a band, and since people were doing it super DIY or in small studio and stuff like that, you had all these different sounds which were incredible. And the moment it becomes corporate or all these like major things, like you could put a playlist and it's almost difficult to know what you're hearing, because it's so the same sound. So there's something to be said about, like, they say don't forget where you came from, but I think it's also about don't underestimate what you had to begin with. If people connected, you had something, and you didn't need like that big budget, all these things. People connected for a reason. And I don't think I think the so-called corporate world could benefit of highlighting it, as opposed to just like removing it and putting out a product. So sorry, I'm rambling, but that's that's how I, to your point, that's how I see it. I feel like sometimes they lose that little spark, and I'm sure it happened to you, right? Maybe some artists or bands that you liked, and then maybe you were just like, okay, they switched to like the new setup, the new with the new label or the new thing.
Yeah, and I think that's part of it too. Like, and again, I guess I think it is part of just like the corporate aspect that was entering. I guess a lot of the time, a lot of smaller upstart labels for like deathcore bands and stuff, like smaller bands are coming up, and that's not. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, bad, but I think a lot of bands were getting hyped and then just out of nowhere because something got something viral happened or something. I don't even know. Like,
I mean, those years specifically, we're like 07, 08, 09. This is like labels are all of a sudden, even just the basic like just metal labels as a whole, all of a sudden are like, oh, like we saw Century take a shot on fucking Suicide Silence and look at where they're at now. And all of a sudden, all the fucking labels started signing deathcore bands left and right. It became it was like on the hunt for who's the next job for a cowboy, who's the next Whitechapel, who's the next like Suicide Silence. Like those were prime years for all of that. So yeah, we did have like a lot of fucking Rise Records was signing fucking deathcore bands. Like it's like all right, I guess,
I just maybe it's just because it's weird to say like I don't like the industry, then to be like, oh, I guess they're really a lot of labels took care of their bands, but and then you have horror stories from some bands that just they say that the label fucked them, and it's like if you probably went into it more, it's like you guys are probably doing something fucking wrong, because the label does seem to take care of the other bands that do kind of hold up their end of the bargain with whatever, not bringing in money, but being consistent and being able to tour. I guess just having your shit together kind of helps in that aspect to continue and move forward and keep gaining the support from the label when you need it and ask, and versus them being like, sorry, we're just done with you or whatever it is. Like, I don't know. It's just,
Well, or at the very least, being able to defend for yourself, regardless of if the
Yeah.
label is helping you or not, right? Like, I think some bands,
Yeah.
regardless of their label deal, are going to be fine just because they've
Yeah.
got their shit together and people enjoy them, and that's all they need. Like, the offers are going to come in regardless, you know?
Yeah. Or some bands being like a favor sign from a bigger band and the label.
Mm.
Always heard, stories of that happening, and it's like the band gets thrown on a
Just like,
tour
no,
and they really
yeah.
have no following, and it's like
Yeah.
you'd be like, why is that band playing after them? Because that band looks stupid after them. Like, just like things like that.
Buy-ons.
Yeah. Just all that shit. Like, I guess it's stuff like that. It's like I just had no interest in being part of it. So I mean, I guess to say the industry works fine for the people that want to be part of it, and there's nothing wrong with that, because rather play fucking music for a lot of people than work a shitty 9 to 5. I'm on the opposite end of the spectrum, where like I actually enjoy working and doing skilled trades and shit like that. Like I do enjoy doing it, honestly. Like it's fucking whatever. But
Hey,
I also like to make music, but
yeah,
but there's a
level
price.
where I ended up.
But we also were entering like prime era of everyone started doing 360 deals as well and stuff like that. There's like a whole era of like, you're touring all, but you're like not even making money because you're stuck in this fucking bullshit deal. Like there's like a ton of that sort of stuff too going on around that time. There's a lot with the young kids, because it was such a young man's game at that point for deathcore and stuff like that. So yeah, they were signing 16, 17-year-old kids to these bullshit deals that,
they had no idea about.
They had no idea. And it's like, yeah, good thing they could stay with their parents between tours, but that's like literally the only way these kids would have, managed to survive. So, yeah, we've seen examples of both ends of the spectrum when it comes to to labels over the years. But that era was like a bit of a weird thing too, with like, it was like MySpace, like, to your point, you were like, maybe they went viral or something, but that's kind of the thing. There's like a bunch of bands kind of like blowing up, but no one really knew what it meant, what to do with it. Like, okay, let's sign this band that's like hype on MySpace, but does that translate to anything else? How does a label even like play into that? It was like a weird, time for that whole sphere for sure. But okay, so just to maybe cap off Through the Eyes of the Dead here, you end up featuring on a record down the line.
Yeah.
All right, so talk to you about that. I mean, I seemingly things are all right with the boys, or at least they were in 2016, 17.
Yeah.
So
I don't think I'd actually like spoken to those dudes since I quit the band. Not any like bad blood. It's just kind of how I am. I'm just like, if I see you, I see you. But I did run into Jake, I think. Jake and Danny at a metal fest in Worcester, and I think I got there like right after they had played. And yes, it was, because then Danny, I was hanging out by the bar, and I think Danny came up to me, introduced himself, and I think he was even underage at the time when I bought him a fucking beer. I didn't know he was underage. I was like, "You want a beer?" He's like, "Yeah." He's like, "Oh, I'm underage." I'm like, "Motherfucker!" I was like, "What the fuck?" And he's just like, we shot the shit for a minute, and he just took off. I was like, I was like, "You're a great vocalist, man." You're like, whatever. And that's the last time I ever saw anybody. And then, so the feature thing was just like,
you didn't do the great set dude to the guy you didn't see play live. Is that what you're explaining here?
No. I just because because the album, the album.
Okay.
This is like after the first album came out with him on it. Yeah. So I had heard it. I had heard his vocals. So he so as the manager Jason hit me up out of the blue, whatever it was, probably like 2015 or something, when that album was coming out. He's just like, "Hey, would you be interested in featuring on the new Through the Eyes of the Dead record?" And I was like, "Yeah, fucking sure." And they like, got in touch with Justin, and just did a quick catch up on life kind of thing. And then he's like, "Yeah, stoked to hear you on it." I was like, "Fuck, I'm stoked to do it, man. Like, it's cool." And he told me Gunnels is going to be on it too. And I was like, "Oh, that's cool." He kind of patched things up with him and shit, whatever. He set up a spot out here, and I think went out to Columbus and just went in for like an hour or something, just busted it out. Like, Danny sent me the lyrics for the spot, just tracked over what he had recorded, and that was pretty much it. Like, just went in studio, hadn't done vocals in however many years at that point, probably 3 or 4 or something. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's longer than that. I don't know when that album came out, but it'd been a while at least.
Yeah, it came out in 2017. So
okay, so the last time I did vocals was like probably 4 years. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean that sort of stuff is always cool at the very least for like the fans, you know, to get that kind of okay, like things are chill, I guess, you know, like and it's cool to hear like a familiar voice, and obviously the part sounds fucking cool, so it's like like everyone wins in that sort of scenario, you know.
Yeah, similar with the last 10 seconds of life one I just did.
Yeah.
And then Wyatt told me that Storm was going to be on one of the tracks, and I was like, oh fuck yeah. I was like, hell yeah, that's awesome, because I love fucking Storm's vocals.
Yeah, they pulled out the people who had been out for a minute with you and Storm.
Yeah.
Crazy. But yeah, similar story with Storm being on one of their tracks too, having been in the band, right?
Yeah, that song was super cool too. Yeah, it was just awesome. I was glad to see it.
Hell yeah. Okay, so you do Since the Flood for a bit, and it was kind of like a side, like, oh, okay, we're not going to play much touring, much shows. And then it was just that, right? They broke up kind of a few months later. Is that am I correct?
Yeah. Luke, the drummer, just decided he was just kind of done with it. Uphill battle, like 2 steps forward, or 1 step forward, 2 steps back, kind of thing for a couple of years. And let's see where we at. We did like one small tour with Lygia, Carnifex, and The Miles Between.
Ooh, hell yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's a cool tour. It's funny story with The Miles Between guys. That tour was only a few weeks long. And one of the dudes in The Miles Between, was there singer Chris in the band at the time too? Or was it a different guy at the time? Somebody else who had been in. But one of the other guitarists, dude who I never met before, but I'd known one of their other guitarists who was in another local band from a long time ago. Was it John? I'm going to forget names. It's been so long. But the other guitarist of the band, at the end of the tour, he came up to me. He's like, hey, man, it's good touring you. You don't know my name, do you? And I was like, no, I don't. So he like totally called me out. And I was like, you fucking asshole. Like, he got me so hard. I was like, God damn it. I was like, I love your band, man. I'm sorry. I was like, I just not that guy to like go around meeting everybody. He's like, nah, I'm just kidding. I'm just giving you shit. It's like, it was just so fucking funny of him to call me out. So that was a fun tour. It was like nobody came out to those shows. They were real hard. We had a show. Bruce, the original singer of 100 Demons, was tour managing that tour.
Okay.
And we had a show. I think it was like St. Louis, Missouri. He was he came out after the show, and he had like a little post-it note with like the check marks of how many people came in at the show. And he's like, this is the money I have from the show. It's like $38 to split
between 4 touring bands.
Between the 4 bands. It was
just give it to the local band at that point, dude.
He was so bummed out. He's like, so I give each band like $8 and some change. Is that how this is gonna work?
Yeah, you got $2?
Yeah,
like,
it was.
I only have a 10.
Oh my god, he was so bummed out. I think he like did he get drunk that night? Like, he was so bummed out. He got drunk, and like he went around to everybody. He's like, I want everybody just punch me in the arm. He's like, it was like making it was his fault or something for the tour song. And we're like, Bruce, it's not your fault, man. It's cool. He's like, no, punch me as hard as you can. We're like, no, we're not fucking punching you. Get the fuck out of here. It was fucking hilarious. That's how that tour was. It was just awful.
The Carnifex on that is like a weird shout on like a capital H hardcore tour lineup in 2000.
They were I think they were, because the only deathcore band was on that tour. It was a weird mix with all those bands. And Lygia were headlining, obviously more like metalcore stuff, moshing metalcore shit.
Yeah, like mosh heavy, very, very super hardcore focus. So like not.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so it was definitely the three of the other bands fit more in with Carnifex. I thought there was another band that maybe like popped on and off for some of the tour too, like on one side of the country and the other.
Something, yeah.
Yeah, it was something like that. I just forget how it went.
How is performing with like Since the Flood? Because that's like we're so far removed from like a death metal, deathcore like vibe, you know? It's like straight up hardcore.
I mean, they're hardcore. Yeah, like in the vein of that whole like buried alive terror kind of shit. Like that kind of brand of hardcore. Shit that I love listening to. Again, grew up on kind of all that same shit. So vocally, it was just like, well, don't do any fucking gutturals, you know, just use the screamy voice. So that's where I was at. It took me a minute to like kind of dial it in too, because my voice was naturally low as it is. So I kind of made sure that I didn't end up sounding like a fucking like a death metal guy trying to do a hardcore band, like, cause that's not going to work. Especially because they were already established, you know, they'd already toured for years. And they were on Metal Blade at the time. So it was different. Yeah. It was just, but it was more fun because it was like just friends. So even if the shows are bad, it was still fun. Like it was still just nonsense. I mean, the tour was so bad. Like we get like $10 a day per diem if we even had that to spare, and I'd buy like a pack of Ritz crackers and shit, and then I would spend the rest on as much alcohol as I could get. If there wasn't any at the show, like the cheapest 12 pack or 18 pack I could find, kind of thing. Or I'd buy like a cucumber from Walmart and put some salt and pepper on it. That was my dinner. Like that's, but I had like so much fun on the tour regardless, because I was just with those guys and it was just, jokes and drinking all the time. Minus my buddy Dave, because he'd been straight as forever. He didn't drink.
That was kind of my question too. Is like how much of these bands or the people on that tour are actually drinking?
For us, like the Lygia dudes definitely drank a lot. And we definitely drank a lot, minus Dave. We got into a brawl in Florida one night, actually, on that tour. Because there was a show. We played in Ybor City in like Tampa, Florida, as a venue. It's called the Orpheum.
Okay.
Smaller venue. We played like an earlier show that ended at like 9:00. Not like quite a matinee show, but the show ended early enough that afterwards there was like another like
some rave or some shit afterwards.
It was something. It was just like a rock drink night where it's like you can. It was like a $10 like all you can drink wells and beers kind of thing, like well drinks beers.
That's
like
that's not a good.
Yeah,
so we sounds like a good idea, but that ain't a good idea.
Yeah, the thing is like the drummer Luke, his mom lived like only like an hour and a half away from the venue, so like we'll fucking stay and drink, but we had like no money, so we had to like convince the guy who ran the show earlier to like talk to the club owner, like they played the show, can they just kind of hang in and like get the wristband and drink? They're fine, not going to cause any trouble. We were there for like less than an hour. We got a fucking brawl because our bassist Ricky was doing like cranberry vodkas like 2 at a time and just sucking them down. And I think in like the first 30 minutes he put down like 12 of them, and he was like already had been drinking before the show. And he was just like, we're all just like hanging at the bar. There's like almost nobody in here basically, because it's like 10:00. The whole thing's just starting. And he's just like dancing by the bar, and he bumps into this dude who was actually at the show earlier. And he was just hanging out doing the same thing, basically, like just trying to get drunk, just drinking. And he like pushed Ricky forward, like, hey man, like don't dance on me, like whatever, and does his thing, pushes him away. And then so Ricky's like gets another round of drinks and he starts dancing, and he like does it a second time, and then the guy is like, dude, seriously, stop. And he gets mad at him. And then he does it on purpose, like bumps into the dude, and then the dude just like swings on Ricky. Luke had been like watching out of the corner of his eye, the drummer, and he's a big dude. He's like close to 300, like weightlifting muscle man, essentially. Mm-hmm. He just like corner of his eye, as soon as he sees the first like punch thrown, he's just already on the guy, punched him. This dude is like half his size too, and he's just like swinging on him. Security is dragging us outside. There's like a melee of like a whole bunch of fucking people between security guards, these other two guys that we're like in a fight with, and some other people, and like it's just going back and forth. And then we hear cops coming, and everybody just stops fighting. And then we're all just like done. Like it is what it is. Like nobody's just like interested in fighting anymore. Like fuck it, and like shit, we gotta get out of here. And the guys at the venue guy and the security guys like, you guys done? can we go back inside now? We're like, no, we're not going back inside. Like, we're just going to leave before this gets out of hand. We've been here like less than an hour. We're already gotten a brawl. And like, while this is happening, like Luke and the kid that he punched are like laughing about getting punched and like, oh, like he's like, you fucking hit me pretty hard. That was a good one. Like all this shit. It was like this brawl.
Okay,
that
they're
ended
best
with,
friends
like,
now. Okay.
yeah, it was like a brawl that ended in like handshakes, laughs, and like, all right, man, guys, have a good night. Sorry, like, fucking don't get beat up tonight. That whole thing. It was like fucking hilarious. Like shit like that is like what happened on the tour. It was just like nonsense, like troublemaking.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody really getting hurt essentially, but it was just fun. Well, Luke got himself a black eye and his glasses were all fucked up, but it was still just funny in retrospect. Like just dumb shit.
do you like does the band break up while you're still in the band?
Yeah. The other tour we did after that was with the Acacia Strain, the Warriors, and who the fuck else?
Acacia Strain, All Shall Perish, Since the Flood, and then two legs were two different bands. One leg was Warriors, and the other one was Eternal Lord, which is a goated fucking band.
I don't think the Eternal Lord thing happened. Yeah, I remember that band. They definitely did not do the tour. I think it might have been somebody else, or they just dropped it all together.
Maybe they might have never come to the States. Period. That band, if I'm being real.
That's possible. I think that might have been a thing where they dropped her before coming, and it was the four bands.
Mm-hmm.
But that was a cool tour. Again, it was like, the Acacia Strain dudes who I've seen play since the early days of Deadwater. Like our first show was, a very early Acacia Strain show in Deadwater. Again, a very early Unbroken Wings show. Like a lot of those bands that blew up that were at the time was playing a small fest in Lawrence, Mass. I think Nora headlined. Red Court might have played, maybe not. Maybe Guy was there though. I don't know. Yeah, I've known the Acacia Strain dudes, at least like Vince and some of the revolving members of that band for a long time. Awesome band. Again, like it was fun to be out with them. Like, there's a band that's had some staying power, just continually writing heavy music like forever.
Yeah, because 08 is like Continent like ish. It's like kind of like
Continent,
the era.
Yep, that had just come out or was coming out. I think while we were on that tour, maybe. I think so, because I think there was a CD release show that was in Rhode Island. I think maybe it was on that tour. I think, yeah. Yeah, that was a strong tour. Yeah, there was like they were killing it at the time. Acacia Strain around that time was certainly like one of those bands that was like shows were crazy, just super heavy live. I think only DL was playing guitar at that time actually too. I think it was just one guitarist.
Okay.
Still heavy. Still sounded good. Like
yeah, I mean they're the type of band that like one thick chuggy guitar will do the trick just well.
The other band that's been killing it like that too is like when I was in As a Dead, we did that tour on those few shows of Fetus and Skinless and stuff. Like that was around the time when Fetus, I think, was down to a 3-piece, and they sounded never better, and to this day probably still sound amazing as a 3-piece. Like a few times since then, it was just like the best they've ever sounded. Yeah. Tight, like super heavy, like just amazing. Yeah.
I always say this when talking about Fetus, but they're like one of those rare, like old school death metal bands that have a very modern sound, but especially live. I feel like it's a crushing modern sound, but it fits them. Like it's just heavy as fuck. I've always had a lot of respect for them just for in that regard. Like I feel like a lot of bands of their time era stature kind of just hang on the kind of the shittier production and whatever that vibe is, but they've kind of managed to skirt that line really well.
Yeah. That last album, Make Them Beg for Death. Yeah. Like that album, like front to back is just amazing for like a band to come out and still put out quality material. And again, because they're not slapping an album out like every other year kind of thing, but like the one they do, it's fantastic. That album's great. Like one of the last albums that similar to that, where like from front to back, I listen to it, and to this day I can still like all the way through it, and it's great. Is like the first Fallujah full length, The Harvest Wombs.
Hell yeah!
I think that album like blew me away the first time I heard it. like straight through with like just the atmosphere, the music. Like it's catchy, but it's technical, and it doesn't sound overproduced. It's clean, but it's also still kind of gross in a way sounding, but it's heavy.
Yeah.
Um, it's just amazing. I think that album's a hidden gem, I think, for people who haven't like, who have picked up where they're at this point in time as they're growing and not like check that earlier shit out from that first album is, I think, phenomenal front to back for modern like tech death.
Yeah, and like tech death became huge afterwards. Like this was pre tech death being like a cool thing. They were kind of at the forefront. Harvest Moon was just fucking insane. A really cool album that I think does, to your point, get overlooked, especially because they're like in such another space now with the type of music that they do. But that was like just good gritty kind of. It still had the they had the fucking MySpace shit. Like they come from that kind of era of the gritty kind of side to
like the
it.
earlier stuff was like the earlier like the EP kind of shit was more like a little closer to the technical deathcore kind of thing, but the Harvest Moons is like straight up just technical death metal, like all the way through. I think it's awesome. Still has its heavy parts, but they're not like chug breakdown, like they're not like slam death parts. They're just heavy fucking parts.
Yep. Okay.
Oh yeah, so Since the Flood. I know we're back to Since the Flood.
Yeah. Oh right. So the end of Since the Flood.
We had like
you played a couple tours.
Yeah, we played some shows locally and stuff like that. We had started to write some new shit. I had actually like written a couple of things that might have gotten turned into songs. That we were starting to try to like. I'd been playing guitar, just fucking around for maybe 10 years at this point. And I gotten to somewhat of a point where I could probably put some shit together in a way, at least in terms of hardcore.
For a
like
hardcore band,
yeah. So like we had some stuff.
Hardcore.
Yeah, no, I'm not sweeping or anything like that, but I can write a fight riff. If you need fight riffs, like I got them. Well, like one of the songs that I did have that we were working with Since the Flood turned into a First Blood song on their second full length, because Dave had been out touring with Dave from Since the Flood, the guitarist, had been out touring with First Blood. He was out with them, I think, doing merchant shit for a while too, but he's also filling in bass sometimes. And he had been out on he had been out on tour with them. And Carl the singer, like writes and records all the the stuff for the band. And I think he the early days he actually had members from was that band Embrace the End? Maybe the drummer. Sure. Remember that band at all? Mm-hmm. Another like band from that era that was like cool, like Animosity in a way.
Mm-hmm.
But so Carl had to needed a few more songs for the next First Blood album, I think. And Dave was out with him. He's like, hey, like since the Flood's broken up, we had some of this shit. Like Dave had written a couple things, and he had a couple of things that I had given him. And he's like, he gave them to Carl and showed them to me. He's like, if you want them, by all means take them. Just give me or Nate credit or some shit like that, whatever it was. And Dave never told me about it until
you just hear it on the record.
Yeah, he's like, he like texted me one day and was like, he's like, yo, dude, sorry, I forgot to tell you, like, Carl from First Blood liked that like song piece you had written for Since the Flood, and I told him he could have it because he needed some shit to finish out the next First Blood record, and ended up using it. And he's like, it's actually going to be the first song they're releasing. It's coming out tomorrow. And I was like, oh, cool. Yeah. I was like, yeah, it's fine. Okay. That's awesome. Whatever. Like I've been a fan of First Blood since their fucking EP came out. And so I heard the song and I was like, holy shit. Cause I had written this like 1 minute long, like just banger that we were like going to keep it like this 1 minute long section of a song, just like a 1 minute long, like just intro, fight riff, mosh part, whatever, real quick part thing. And it was like that first minute that I wrote. And then Carl had tacked on like another minute, like this heavier part, another whole part. And then it comes back around to the beginning of the song again that I wrote. And I was like, well, it's cool at least to see something I wrote get used somewhere in a way that was like unexpected. It was fucking cool, and especially by like a dude in a band that I had listened to and been a fan of for like a long time too. I was like, that's fucking cool. Like, I'll take that.
As opposed to all these fucking projects that we've mentioned that you don't have recordings out for.
Yeah.
That you've been a part of. At least it's made it somewhere.
There's some other stuff out there, like bands that I played bass in another band too for a while. In between like Through the Eyes and Since the Flood, and kind of while I was doing Fit for an Autopsy for a while too. It was kind of like convergy, just like dirty hardcore kind of shit, metallic hardcore.
What was that called?
Shootout.
Shootout? Okay. One word,
yeah,
two words?
Shootout, yeah. 2 words.
Oh,
shoot
out. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so someone watching this, make an official list of all these.
The Johnson files are have to exist after this one. But look, okay, so you mentioned Fit for an Autopsy. That is kind of like like how does Fit how does that whole thing kind of happen? Because at this point there's like a lot of people from different bands and different scenes that seem to somehow connect into Fit for an Autopsy, but I'm curious how the story actually goes.
Since the Flood, we were playing a show in Jersey, and Pat was there. And Fit for an Autopsy had been a band before. I don't know if they played a show. Maybe they played 1 or 2 with the original singer. What's his name? He was in a band after that called An Aborted Memory. Real sick vocalist. But he had again left, or the band just kind of stopped doing something or whatever. And Since the Flood played, Pat had been in like Shattered Realm and like other bands like Jersey and stuff. Been friends with Will forever. And Deadwater had actually played a show with Will's old band Forgetting Tomorrow in Jersey in like 2003 or 4 or some shit like that. And I'd always liked that band from when we played them, because that show was crazy. It was like us, Bodies and Gears, The Apparatus, Forgetting Tomorrow, Set Ablaze. Crazy fucking show. But anyhow, so it's weird how these timelines intersect on
that's why I was mentioning this, like for sure.
Yeah. So Pat's sitting there, he's like, yo, why don't you fucking join my band if you want to, join somebody fucking bands or whatever. He's like, I was like, what's your band? And I didn't realize he was in Fit for an Autopsy, because I had heard like one of the earlier 2 tracks to do with the original vocalist like before that. I always thought like the New Jersey versions of like New York and New Jersey, like deathcore bands were always like harder fucking bands. Like, so let's say the early Fit for an Autopsy stuff. Kind of think of like other bands
the
around
Float
like,
Face Downs and that sort of.
Yeah, Float Face Down, that shit, like Partisan Turbine from Insane. New York. Yeah, goddamn. Shit like that was coming out at the time, but it was always harder and like more guttural in a way.
But that's what's kind of surprising to me. Like you're playing in this hardcore band, and that's when Pat pulls you aside. Like had he heard of you before? Like did he know you were in Through the Eyes and knew your vocals from then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He had known who I was. And I think, did I play? Deadwater had played a show or 2 with Shattered Realm. I don't think Pat was in the band at the time though. Maybe not. It was just like that. I was like, oh, what's your band? He's like, Fit for an Autopsy. I was like, oh, fuck yeah. Like, had just recently listened to the tracks, and I was like, yeah, that shit's sick. Like, I thought you had a vocalist. And he's like, nah, he's like, we're kind of like restarting shit or thinking about it. Guitarist Will's got a studio. He works with fucking Machine, all this. And I was like, oh, cool. And, it just turned to the thing where like, I was like, yeah, whatever. And then I think it wasn't long after that
didn't Pat play in Premonitions of War?
No, he was going to, if we had ever played shows around the same time that I was still in the band, or still like doing, but we never really did anything or got around to it. Pat always just wanted to play in the band because him and Mike became good friends.
I'm just again, I'm just trying to connect the
it's
dots
just
here because there's just like
the cross pollination of sorts. Yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
Yes, that's how that happened. And then I think it was around the time that Since the Flood was, I don't remember if we were still hadn't quite kind of Luke had kind of decided to stop the band or not. Where I talked to Pat about doing shit as just like a side project. Just like that's kind of what it was going to be like. Oh, and if we play shows, sure, like fuck it, because Pat was like full time tattoo artist at the time and shit. And Will was busy like focusing on doing his shit with the studio and working with Machine, or maybe starting to do his own thing too.
Full busy.
Yeah, he was like that was the time he was getting busy with like more like somewhat bigger bands and shit. So yeah, I mean the timeline's blurry at this point. It was just like, yeah, come down, we'll write some songs and stuff. And I took my buddy Seth, who had been in the Acacia Strain, and I'd been in another band. Have I brought this one up? Martyrs and Madmen.
Oh no, you have not. I have not heard of this. Okay. Martyrs and Madmen.
Martyrs and Madmen.
And Madmen. Okay.
Yeah. There might be some tracks on like Bandcamp or Reverb Nation. But we have 6 songs that we recorded. That's the closest thing to Deadwater that I've done since Deadwater in terms of like the chaotic, like the drummer Tony's like real good. Like just hits hard, plays fast. He's real technical. Guitarist, and that band kind of just kind of fell apart because the one guitarist got a couple of DUIs back to back and had to do some time in jail. The other one ended up going to college and wasn't in the area, so we're just like, I guess we're done with this. And we played a few shows and it was fun. They were a band for a while beforehand, and it was one of those things where they kicked their singer out. We're like, just come sing for us. And I was like, okay, fine.
So you're always the second guy.
Anything
to
stay busy. Yeah. Yeah, it was just like, gives you a vocalist, I'll do it, sure, why not? But
sorry, the Reverb Nation link is the first thing that pops up. That's crazy. That's crazy work.
Yeah, that's fun shit.
Pre-production tracks on the Reverb
we recorded 6 songs that we got. It's actually like done mixed, and I just like finally heard, because that was something we recorded like 12 years ago, 13 years ago, and then we just one of those things like the Final Battle, we never got around to finishing it, mixing it, whatever else. And our guitarist Fred finally got a hold of the tracks, and he did all the mixing and like doing all that stuff afterwards.
Okay,
it sounds
like
great.
way down the line.
Yeah, and we'll probably put it up somewhere eventually, I guess. I don't know. It can go up, I don't care. It's just I probably got to have like actual song titles, because we just kind of had songs, and we had been recording a lot and playing these songs, and did a couple of shows, and then it just kind of fell apart, like I said. So it was like, whatever.
We can give the people a taste of what these song names were. These song names were Lick the Plate Clean, Killdozer was another one, Mother in Fury. Okay, yeah. I mean, that's something.
Killdozer sounds...
Yeah. It's about pretty much exactly what you think it would be, in a way. So the 5th thing came about where I just kept in touch with Pat, and we I went down to Jersey, hung out with dudes.
Were you like expected to like join the band like for sure, or were you just going down to hang out, see if you could write some songs? Like what was the vibe there? Like did they actually ask you to be in the band, or was it just hanging out?
It was just like a hang session at first, and we're just like, I can't remember if Will already had a couple songs written, or if I went down and I recorded. I think I wrote to something, and then we did the track. I think it was a Jackal. I think was the first one we did. And it was actually like a mixture of the first 2 songs. It was like I had the idea of like taking the end breakdown from one of the other songs, the original Fit songs, and putting it at the end of the other Fit song.
Sure.
And that's just how that song kind of came to be, and recorded that. And then the other songs came along. And I think it just turned into a thing. We're like, we're making an EP, and maybe we play some shows and just see where it goes. And then from there, it was like, I think Guy was still doing Black Market at the time, was just like, what's up with this new band? And the other thing too was like the old the manager from Since the Flood, Scott Lee, who does all like the Metal Fest and stuff like that.
Sure.
Yeah, did work for the Cage Train forever. A lot of other bands. Since the Flood was breaking up, because I had already been like doing the fit thing on the side just for, fuck around, whatever. And Scott and Leah, the ones that were managing us, they were like, "Hey, we're like interested in like taking you as a vocalist and building a band around you." And I was like, that's kind of weird, but hey, I have this other thing that's kind of cool if you're interested. And then I think maybe I pitched it to Guy to like release an EP or the phone. Maybe we just put the EP on ourselves or put it up online or whatever for free or something. But maybe Guy got interested in releasing it and just kind of seeing where it goes. Because I think he had like the full Metal Blade backing at that time still. And it was one of those things that like we were just going to tour for fun, just see where it went, not really pursuing it professionally because you never fucking know, because it kind of everyone is all kind of technically kind of grown up and has real jobs at that point. So it was just one of those things that just kind of at the time got a little bigger than we anticipated, just kind of rolled with it. So we just kind of went that way towards the full length and like having fun playing the shows we were playing around the Jersey and like Northeast area. Or just 6 shows.
Did you move down there? Because that's like not next door. So if you're just playing a
was
couple
like
local shows or like,
I could get down to the studio like at Will's place or in like Jersey City in like 3.5 hours. I would just drive down. Like numerous times I had to drive down. Like was when we record. I think it was when we were recording the full length. It was in the wintertime, but I was on call for plow and snow, so I'd go down and record.
Oh my god!
And then like snow would be coming through Jersey, so I would get in my car and just like haul ass back home to get the time to
race
get ready
the
to go
snow back home.
Plow snow, You're racing the snow back home. Like I get home in time to plow. And I'd go home and like I'd plow snow for like 24 hours or some shit like that. Then I'd probably go back down to the studio the next day and just record some more and stuff on the weekends. Yeah, it was like just shit like that. It was easy, like 3.5 hours, like just nothing, just.
Yeah, 7 hours drive in a day. No big deal. I mean, look.
Yeah, I didn't fucking care.
I get it. As you tour, that becomes less nonsensical. But for most normal people, that's fucking batshit crazy. But
yeah, I'm fucking built different, man. Like I've been for like 36 hours straight sometimes, between like getting up early, going down to the studio, doing my thing, then leaving there like midnight, driving back home, and then plowing again for like 12 or 24 hours at a time, and then maybe grabbing a nap and then driving back down to Jersey or some shit.
That's crazy.
I was the dude on the tour, like the machine psycho driver, where like I would do the longest fucking drives between dates. I'd probably drink my ass off, get like 3 hours of sleep, and I'd be the one up in the morning and ready to drive like another fucking 12 hours if I had to. Like I also, because I didn't trust anybody else driving, because I got the weird like anxiety when anybody else driving like a fucking idiot. And I was just trying to keep that van and trailer straight and narrow, keep it cruising like 65, like 75, whatever. Like I'd be fine all night, whatever. But yeah.
Hey, built different.
Yeah.
Is there anything you can talk to us about starting to work with Will, at that time? Because you mentioned last time we spoke how Will was kind of ultimately, I think, the catalyst to you maybe delivering your best performances and, enjoying working with him from a studio perspective and getting the most out of you. So is there something you can speak to even to those early days, like doing that first EP and stuff? Was that already a bit of a thing, just that ease of just him getting the good takes out of you?
Yeah, because I think Will's just one of those dudes who's got the brains and the ear for any of that shit. Like when it comes to writing or knowing, what's going to sound good vocally, like pattern wise, rhythmically, things like that too. Because, again, he's just one of those dudes that's kind of got it. It comes out of him real fucking quick too. Like, shit he just comes up with like on the fly real quick. Like to say that there's parts of songs and like Fit for an Autopsy songs that were written that didn't get used, but let's say some other bands that he recorded early in those days that came in there that didn't come in prepared, use some throwaway Fit for an Autopsy shit to fill their records, kind of thing, that kind of stuff.
I have a feeling that's still a thing for what it's worth, because
Yeah.
I can sniff a Will Putney riff when I hear one. I've heard Will Putney on non-Will Putney things. I'll just say that.
We
they just so happened to be recording there. So
we played a fest in Toledo where there's like some of those like good cop, bad cop vocal bands that he recorded. And we'd be sitting at the merch table and he'd be like, yeah, wrote that song. Yeah, wrote that song. That kind of shit like that. It's like, dude, like, you read this, like, numerous bands. It's just fucking funny because he was that guy for a while. It's just like, man, that's again. So actually, when I go back and I say things like I don't like the industry, shit like that, like you're a professional band that has no fucking music going into a studio. You're musicians. You have this sound you created early on, but then you also have to have this record out, but you're going in with nothing. Like, and I'm just saying with Will, like that's happened with other bands too that I've, over the years I've heard with other producers and shit. And it's like, man, you ain't a fucking band. Like, you're cool guys trying to keep this fucking ball rolling that you created and fucking lost somehow. Like, I think that's part of the industry that I didn't like. Not that somebody like Will doesn't have a purpose, like by for sure, because there's also an aspect of bands having ideas, bouncing them off somebody like Will, be like, that's good, let's try this. And then be like, oh, fuck yeah, because there is a collaborative effort that you can increase what a band is capable of when you have an outsider tell you, I don't think that really works, try it this way. And it's like, oh, hell yeah, that's fucking awesome. Thanks. Like there is an aspect of that I think is part of a creative process with musicians who do take their shit seriously. Where it's like you like the things that this person has created or recorded. You're like, I want to incorporate some of that. I don't want to kick this guitarist out and ask this guy to come be our guitarist, kind of thing. But I would like to work with that creative process, that creative person.
Ideally,
shit like that. So I get it. Like, but to be a band that is relying on somebody else to write your shit for you like that is a way, and that's so like. But again, yeah. So working with Will, like, he's just a fucking animal when it comes to recording, creating, writing. Like, he was in that studio like 20 hours a fucking day sometimes, going home, sleeping 4 hours, coming back in and working with whether it was us or another band or anything else, just writing, recording, track, anything. Just, he deserves every bit of credit and whatever he's got in his name to this point, because I've not worked with anybody who worked as hard as he did to get where he's at. Anyway, so just, yeah, he was an animal.
There's also something to be said about, like, it would be already special if he was just a great songwriter. It'd already be special if he was just a good technical guy in a studio. It'd be another thing if he, just all these things that, like, the producer is such like a vague term when it comes to studios and stuff. And some people take more of a songwriting or give more input, even if it's just more collaborative than actual writing, like, than others. And I just feel like Will's always been one of those guys that's done it always, on top of getting the good takes, on top of having the good taste, being able to direct a band, but having a pristine sound, understanding a band's vibe, doing something. Dude, there's so many bands that, their lives changed by going through that studio. And we always talk about this album as being a bit of the downfall of deathcore, but The Art Is Murder's Hate is like a record that, like, that's Will, like, through and through, like that what he did to that band, if you listen to the album before that, is like, it's crazy, the difference, right? And that was the beginning of the end for that band. Like, that band blew the fuck up afterwards. So, and there's been many such cases, and it's always cool when it's like, I'm not the person to say this, but when it's like one of us, you know, it's like an actual metalhead, like an actual dude in a band, like you know, like, and it's like one of those people that like gets their flowers in the end and actually gets cool workout. I don't know. I've always had a lot of respect for Will, just for all that, you know.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a funny conversation for us because like I'm gonna speak for myself. There's like two part of me. It's like it's so important what he did, and he almost, I would say he was needed at that moment. You know, like deathcore was kind of taking a hit. There was a lot of copycats from the big bands, like the sound, like there was a lot of overused things back in the days. Like all the bands would
The
kind
X
of
effects,
so it was
plug
kind
and
of
play guitars. Yeah.
I mean, it was a moment where not that I was all about it, don't get me wrong, but it was also like what's next type thing. And then we lost Mitch Locker, and it was just like, holy shoot, like where's this even going? So when I think it might have been a bit before when he released that, but I'm just saying like the boom of like Ring of Darkness and the album Hate really gave another boost to deathcore, you know. So I can be objective about that. He's smiling because he knows like I'm still listening stuff from 2006. Like if you look at my, I prefer the raw. I was smiling as you were talking because I'm all about rawness, and I think when it's super polished, you lose some of it. But to his credit, it was needed, and I'm gonna go as far as saying I don't think deathcore and modern metal would be as it is right now without his contribution, and I mean that, like, honestly, for real. So it's two separate parts. It's like, yes,
he does a shit ton of gritty productions too, though. That's the thing also. Like he doesn't have just the one sound or like the preset that he slaps on. You know, it's kind of like what's gonna fit the needs of this thing, right? And in some cases it's a cleaner thing, and others it's full of hell, and it's like, okay, like this is gritty as fuck, you know.
It's like if everybody would have my taste, metal would be dead. So no, but seriously. So it's also sometimes it's about also seeing the big picture. And I often talk about people has like a vision. People change things, and it would be completely foolish not to say that he doesn't have that. You know, like he's a. We need these kinds of people to see big picture and where it might be going and where it needs to go. Very few people can do that, I think. A lot of people think they do that, but very few actually can do that. So just wanted to precise, because I was seeing them smiling because I love 2005 shitty production in general. But
dude, I think we touched on it last time. I said I like dirtier, grittier recordings in general.
Has a charm. I don't know. It has a charm to it, but
I mean that first EP, like the Hell on Earth EP, is like pretty like gritty for what it's worth. Yeah, like it's very balls to the wall, like kind of. It's not like a demo sound, but it's very it's very raw for sure.
Yeah, it's got some fuzz to it, I think. Yeah, that's what I liked about it. Like originally, when Will and I were when we would talk about the sound and stuff, like, and what kind of influence to incorporate, it was like Kurt Ballou style approach to, deathcore, death metal, whatever we're trying to progressive death metal, whatever we're going to try and do at the time. And the influence of the early stuff too, I was like, I really like the band I mentioned last time too. I talked about Candaria. I was like, I would really want like a part like they had in one of the songs too. And there's like, he wrote like a riff and a part with, like an off time kind of like drum pattern part that sounded like Candaria to be incorporated into it, but we're also mixed in, some black metal-y kind of shit. We were trying to like incorporate all these things and have it be raw and kind of unique and also hard at the same time. Like that was, the thing. It was like, gotta make sure it's aggressive and, in your face and all this shit too. Like, and not kind of be like the streamlined deathcore that had been popping up for a while, like make it kind of be filthy and aggressive.
Do you guys start touring? Like you mentioned, got semi quickly bigger than anticipated. Like were you guys like touring pretty quick, like doing a lot of shows and stuff pretty quick, like off the EP even, or did that sort of stuff kind of come after the full length?
We played a little bit around Jersey. We did like a weekend with Architect, just around the Northeast. Trying to think what else we did. I think the first tour we did was with our friends in a Bassinate.
Mm.
Oh, okay.
We did like also New Jersey.
We did like a 2-week thing out to Arizona, or no, New Mexico. Yeah, those dudes are. I think I also said last time those are some of my favorite guys to be around. Like that was probably one of the funnest tours I've done too. Just one of the worst ones I've ever been on. Like the Sins of Flood one that wasn't that great. But to be out with the dudes, like the Fit dudes and the Bassinate guys, was just a good time. It was just funny. Like those guys are fucking hilarious jokers. Like just fucking funny. That's all I can say about it. Like even the shows are bad. It was just fun to drink and hang out with those guys. It was just goofball fucking time. And the shows were, they were good here and there. With a few people that came out, because it's one of those things, like the people that are going to come out are probably going to really be there to enjoy it for two bands that really haven't toured a whole lot. So it was like, it was cool. And it wasn't like a mixed bag kind of band thing too. So it was fun. I don't remember the tour after that we did. It's weird. I don't really remember most of the tours we did with Fit, even though I was in the band for like 6 or 7 years. I know we did an Acacia Strain run.
Yeah, I've got a list of bands you guys went out with that I want to.
Oh, we did the Fallujah run with Pathology.
That Slaughter Survivors thing.
Yeah. And that was sick. John Huber.
You toured with the boy John.
Yeah,
yes,
he's funny, man. I like that dude a lot. He's I listened to your guys' podcast with him. I was at work like a week or so ago. I think it's funny, his hatred for what's his I'm gonna forget why I'm forgetting his name right now. Who's in I Declare War Now.
Oh, Jamie.
Jamie, yeah. Because I talk to Jamie once in a while too. Like we tour with I Declare War. Because we did tours with Die Art and Fit. We went with Die Art, we went with Acacia Strain, the Slaughter Survivors thing. Yeah. I think his hatred for Jamie is funny, or it's just his dislike. It's I don't know how serious it is, but I like them both. They're both good guys, good vocalists. Like I just think it's funny to hear him.
Right there with you, right there.
Yeah,
he could not resist the slight.
yeah, it's funny. I like it.
Idgian was on that tour too. That was like
the
tour of stacked fucking vocalists was that tour, dude. Like what a lineup of people.
Yeah, was it James, the singer of?
Yeah,
Adrian.
Mm-hmm.
I really ended up liking those dudes. There's a handful of bands that I've toured over the years that I like heard ahead of time and wasn't really into, but then after touring with them, I grew to like the band a lot. Like that actually happened with the Last 10 Seconds of Life on the Thyra tour. Like I had heard their earlier EPs and shit, and like I think their first funk was at the time. And I think Soulless Hymns was either coming out or just come out by the time that we had toured them on the Thyra tour, but grew to like really like those guys and love that band. Same thing with AGN. Like I was always hanging out with the guitarist Seb a lot on tour and talking to him about shit. Cool guy. And liked the music a lot too. Again, one of those bands that live is different and more enjoyable than they are on the recordings, because I think the recordings never really did them justice. And they were cool.
Heavy.
Fallujah was tight. Yeah, Fallujah was tight. Pathology was fucking sick every night. Huber's a fucking goofball on stage with his fucking like windmill, no hair vocals fucking thing he was doing. It was fucking hilarious to watch when he did it. And the tour wasn't like super amazing, but it was a good enough turnout every night where that was fun. And our first like real like tour with a turnout kind of thing.
Fucking
it was cool.
And Full Darkness was on that tour. That to me is like one of the most
Yes.
criminally underrated bands to have ever existed
They were
in the
good.
tech death e space. Like,
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what that. I remember them playing, but I don't really remember. Was it their guitarist Rob, who is? I don't know. Maybe it was. I think I'm crossing up these bands. I think Rob was a guitarist filling in for Fallujah,
okay,
but he does the Zenith Passage.
sure.
Is that his band now? Or that was his band at the time too, but he was filling in for Fallujah? Or was he in with Full Darkness at the time? I don't know. He's a good dude too.
I mean,
Real
look,
nice kid. Great guitars.
There's very incestuous
So many guitarists
scene
on that tour.
from those types of bands. So
Yeah, there's a lot of those guitarists on that tour were like all technical guitarists. So it was like
Yeah,
they're
yeah,
all fucking nerds. All really fun, nice nerds. But the IR tour I think was the one we did after that, maybe. And that was good. That was with I Declare War.
Mm.
Last 10 Seconds of Life. And who else? Kublai Khan, I think. Or was that Acacia String? We're blurring together again. I don't know. I forget.
But
Somewhere
kind
there.
of, at that sort of point, you've got the album out.
The
I
Full
assume.
End is out at that point. Yeah. I think it was either just coming out or it came out on that tour, I think. I forget.
That one has like a bunch of crazy features that
The
seem
first
to pull
first
from a
Fitful
lot.
length?
Yeah, the first Fitful length.
Yep.
Yeah, I feel like a bunch of those are your pulling of the strings for some of these people. You got Ray from Full Blown
Ray from
on
Full Blown.
that, and you
Yeah,
got
he
Guy
was
from
like in town.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys on there. Tim from VOD. That one was cool. I wasn't in for that, but Will was doing the new Vision of Sorta record at that time. So Tim was in there and he was like, let's get him on the spot. Like we were supposed to get I think it's Aaron, the singer of Disembodied, was supposed to be on that record too. And he couldn't line that one up. I think was that the only one? What else? Is that it on that record?
I mean,
I think maybe there was
Hellbound
one
also
more.
has a crazy lineup of fucking
Hellbound.
features, but
Yeah, Hellbound has a good ones. It got that again pulling. That was like Will pulling some strings too. We're getting CJ.
these guys, you got Nate
Brooke
from
Bending Doom.
yeah,
Nate from
Brooke.
Jabalba. Yeah, that was one that I like really wanted. Vincent's on that one too. Yeah, it was a lot of good ones, man. It was fun. I don't think we never played that song live when we did the Acacia Strain tour. I don't think we learned it in time. That we should have, considering we were going to tour with them at the time. And Nate didn't do, because I don't think we were playing that song on that album at the time, or did we do it with Nate? I forget. Yeah, I forget a lot. It's just how it is, man. I was drinking a lot then too. I was picking it back up.
Anything you can tell us about process of human extermination? That recording session, perhaps, or because that album to me, that's when I personally found out about the band. I thought the album cover was like the coolest thing ever. I don't know. It looked different, but it's looking back on it now, it's like whatever. But like I just remember at the time, I was like, this is dope. And then it was just such a raw fucking record, and your vocals sound batshit insane on it. Like to match the brutality of like those riffs and like the pounding, like had to, but you know, not everyone can pull it off. You did. So yeah, is there anything you can talk to us about that record?
The artwork specifically was, we had something else lined up beforehand that we were really excited about. I think we were working with, I'm going to forget his name, but we had all this like stuff mocked up for the album and like the theme we had with like all the song titles and stuff. And it was, the art was kind of supposed to be in the line of like that real like watercolor washed out look, like
yeah,
but like kind of like this, the art from in the vein of the Scary Stories of Telling the Dark books, if I read those as a kid, like all these really like fucked up warped looking images.
Okay.
It was all shit like that. I'm gonna forget the guy's name, but it's gonna pop in at some point. And then at some point, we just ended up like communication broke down for something, and we just had to like scramble to get other stuff in there. And we got that guy to do that stuff kind of last minute. And we had it went quick, but there was just the ending layout did not end up entirely how we wanted it to.
Mm.
And it was just like the cover art specifically was just like we wanted it to not be like a typical like deathcore looking presentation, but that was maybe too far in the other direction. It was like, oh, like a girl in fucking booty shorts, whatever, with these weird symbols that made no sense. It was like,
oh, look, the white background is what did it ultimately. Like it stood out like comparatively to most records just because of that, you know?
Yeah. Like there was more thought that went into like the rest of like the symbolism and the stuff in the album. This was to be part of a theme. And it was supposed to be like the original plan was supposed to just be like a person in like a white robe on the front with some other stuff going on. It just didn't come together in time that we wanted to, but it's fine. It's whatever. It still has the elements that are still there and cool. The album was, again, Will was just pushing songs out like real quick. And Brian, the original drummer, friends of Will, I think he was in Forgetting Tomorrow too, with Will a long time ago. Will had like done like scratched like drum track stuff that he wanted to do just for like to keep the song in where it was. But Brian did a lot of like, he actually sat down with the songs and wrote a bunch of shit and tracked it all.
Yeah.
Then, Will did his thing and, he might've like switched some kicks around here and there or something in the process, but it's mostly like, it's all there. Played it, Will, I think, did all the tracking, guitars and bass and stuff. And I came in, we did the vocals and shit. I just went down to the studio. Like I said, I'd come down on the weekends, track vocals. Sometimes he'd be in another studio doing shit with another band, and he would have left me in a room to just like do a bunch of takes of my like hit record, run to the mic, sit there, do it, pause it, I'd rewind to the spot, do it. He'd come back and be like, yeah, that sounds good. Redo this one, double that one, and all this other shit. We were doing it like that way, just keeping it going kind of thing. So, I mean, it was just real easy. We were just in there, I'd go home, write a couple songs through the week, come down the weekend, bust it out, and just see what it sounded like. Everybody was happy. We were all happy. And Guy put the record out. I think, Will obviously did all the mastering, the mixing and mastering. I don't think we had anybody else master it. I think Will probably did it on himself. No, maybe he had Machine master the first full length, I think. I think he might have done that. If I remember correctly, yeah. So that was cool. Just down at his studio, it's basically like a hang set. Like, again, just hanging out, shooting the shit. Okay, let's do some vocals now. End of the night, get drunk at his house, and or if I had to run home to do some work or something, it was just easy shit.
So I don't know, man. I'm just gonna harp on this just for a sec because I truly do feel like this type of record, like the sound on this record, is something I wish. All these bands are coming back doing this MySpace thing, and Yan and I love all that stuff, but this record, Process of Human Extermination, like there's something to the brutalness of the sound of this record that just. I feel like it just hasn't been done yet. Like since I don't know what it is.
People can't.
I don't know, man. Dude. It's so fucking brutal, dude. I don't know, man. I love that record personally, but it is funny you talk about the painterly watercolor type stuff that was originally planned, because it kind of immediately got me thinking about the art for the re-release that they did a couple of years back of that record.
Never saw it, I don't think. I don't even know if it got re-released.
They put it up on online and stuff on Spotify and stuff, but it's got another album cover. Let me pull it up here for you. Fit for an And it's like way different and more.
Oh no, I probably haven't seen an actual physical version of it, but I think like on Spotify there is the album cover is different. I think.
Yeah. It's just like a skull and a tree or something.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't actually see an actual like physical vinyl release. I didn't know if they had done something like that or not.
I don't know.
Totally possibly did. I don't know.
Maybe not. I don't know what they did with that. I just know that like it like popped up. I think they did something to it though. There's like it's like it's got like a remaster or something at the very least that came along
cool.
with the fact that I think maybe I'm going crazy, but I could have sworn. But anyways, Hellbound.
Yeah.
So you're touring you're touring at this point with the band.
Yep.
You know, like it's there's more because between Hell on Earth and Process of Human Extermination, you're okay, fine. Like you're jamming with the band, you're playing shows and stuff, but it's not like, you know, it's not, the band's not blown up or anything to that respect. But I'm assuming you got a decent amount of touring in between the first full length and Hellbound at this point, because For An Autopsy kind of starts picking up a lot more around Hellbound.
Yeah, and I think it was that starts to come from Will's connections with what's his name from E1, used to kind of run a little bit of Ferret Records or something.
Yeah, I'm blanking on
Carl,
the name, but
is it Carl, singer of Nora, who's from Ferret? Carl, I forget his name. I think it was him. He kind of hooked it up and wanted to put us on E1. And release the next full length. So that's through Will.
Like E1 had just started, right? He was like starting it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they were starting
Fit was like one of the first bands announced, right? Am I crazy?
Yeah. Maybe, yeah. 'Cause I can't remember who else was on there or who was supposed to be on there at the time.
It was early days E1, either way.
Yeah. But we were touring because that's the time when like Tim was in the band as a guitarist. Will wasn't touring because he was so busy with the studio.
Does that switch kind of happen like during, like between those two albums? Like there's a point where he's like, "Hey guys, I can't come out anymore," type of thing.
Yeah, I think we did a couple shows with like 3 guitarists, like in New York and Jersey and stuff. When Will was like, "Yeah, fucking, I'll play," kind of thing. But he mostly became just like the dude in the studio writing songs. So by the time we were ready to record for Hellbound, he had a bunch of shit already written song-wise, like some good skeletons of shit. And I would go to Jersey a lot and go down and like work with him on songs and, you know, putting shit together in a way. Like, you know, he's like 90% and I probably contribute like 10% to let's do something like that here, let's do this here or something like that. I had a riff or two that I gave him that he willified in a way and made, you know, fit For An Autopsy kind of thing. So that was the process of Hellbound. The same thing with like at that time we had the original drummer Brian had left just because he was, you know, he had a real job kind of thing. Didn't want to really be touring all the time. He did come back for a minute before Hellbound, or right as Hellbound was coming out, I think. But it's because the drummer we had, Hosian, he jumped into the fold. Pat knew him from like the tattoo shop kind of culture around the area. I think Hosian was working in New York as a piercer, and he for a minute was playing in Marauder and some other bands. So we got him in the band. He was awesome just from the get-go. Like Hosian's he's another one of like my favorite drummers I've been in a band with. Just more important to the person he is and like his overall love for all kinds of fucking music and just wanting to play music and do music and be serious about it while also enjoying it as much as he's taking it serious. So like he was in the band, he recorded shit for Hellbound. Like another thing where like Will had a lot of the drum shit, you know, put in like program drum wise, sequenced out, but Hosian would come to the studio if he wasn't working. Like he would come to the studio and he'd be on the drums like 6 to 8 hour days, learning parts, writing parts, you know, and you know, going with Will and you know, tracking his parts and shit. That you know, he'd show things like, Will, like, what do you think about this part? And, you know, he wanted to be on the record and not have it just be like Will wants this to follow his guitars like
Yeah,
this.
he didn't want to
so,
be like a session drummer on
Yeah.
the record.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's part of his, he wants to have his shit there.
He's got a style too, so it's
does.
like it's one
Yep.
of those things that like you
Yep.
anyone wants that, like
Yeah.
it's like, now let me make this a little bit about me. It's gonna add some flavor to this thing. Like that's
like,
what we should always want,
Yeah, there's the parts of Hellbound, like the fills or like transitions between parts that I think is still present to this day that Hossein has brought to that band.
He does
stands
that,
out like
he I don't know how to explain it, but he does like a kind of like a halftime beat, like over what would have been like a blast beat or whatever, but it's like he like breaks the riff with that sort of beat, and he does that like a lot on songs. It's so like Fit for an Autopsy coded now, but that's like clearly his thing,
It's a thing. Yep.
Yeah. I love it.
Yeah.
It's cool because you don't really hear it in other bands that sound like Fit. So I've always kind of recognized his drumming through like small stuff like that. But yeah, dude. Tremors on that record has top 5 breakdowns for me of all time. Dude, that breakdown is so sick, dude. Yeah, the whole ending. It's like obnoxiously long, but it's so good, dude.
That was I think one of the earliest songs that I did vocals for on the record to recording it. I remember Will, like when we started writing lyrics and stuff, like the very first line when I tracked it and the voice I used, he like started laughing. He's like, okay, he's like, oh, so that's the voice we're using with it? He's like, I fucking love it. Let's go. And I think that's we had like names for the different like tones I would use, and that one I think we called the asshole because it was like this burly like mountain man kind of like thing that I was doing, where it wasn't like guttural, but it was just loud and like bellowing, and I was trying to like bring more of that. I was trying to like vocally, I wanted to incorporate a lot more of that shit, like my version of what Gojira was doing in a way, to like the band was going and like recording my vocals for that record. So that's like I wanted to have more shit like that in there, and so we peppered it in here and there.
Yeah, the whole like vocals during the build up before that breakdown, and then just like the final whatever the sickening, and then just like how the breakdown just kind of super choppy comes in, as I don't know, to me under I don't know, underappreciated for sure. So good, man.
Yeah, it was fun playing that song live.
Yeah, I'm sure Pits were crazy for like a song like that.
Yeah, it's one of the song sounds different than the other ones on the record too, because the way it starts and kind of goes through as well, and then the way it ends is just big and opening. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, well, just again with like big long build-ups too, were like a thing of the early days of deathcore that was like mandatory, but like wasn't really a thing so much at that point in like 2013 for sure. And talking about Jose, like the drum fills during that build-up too is fucking insane. It's such a cool like fun part outside of it just being like a cool like vocally like a build-up and the simpler guitar and then into I don't know, to me that's like the perfect formula for like a great breakdown, like that sort of like build up into something that hits. I feel like bands don't do that enough anymore.
Yeah, it's a lot of chaos before it just snaps into just like devastating heaviness. Yeah,
it's built for the live show too, let's be real, right? It's like the kind of thing you want to be able to chant before like a thing, and you're like kind of anticipating the thing that's about to come, and then some shitty bands will just throw you a fucking blast beat instead of a breakdown after it builds up. I don't want to strangle someone, but
that should be.
It was right there.
That should be illegal. Like no, but it's really illegal. You cannot. Should be arrested when you do that.
Straight to jail.
It's really upsetting. Especially like if you made. I can tell that in like it was for a breakdown. I know it was. And then you're like, what if? And the answer was no. It was the equivalent of shooting a car into space. Like, you said yes, should have been no. And you knew it. That's, imagine live. Can you imagine live? You're like, first time you see that band, pit is starting. Well, mosh pit from back in the day, not kind of whatever is happening now, but like, mosh pit is about to start. There's a huge build-up. First time seeing that band, you're getting prepared, and like when you jump, you just hear and you're just like, what is? Did they mess up?
It's the build-up for the circle pit, dude. Just get with the times, man.
You just gotta stop and just do the Frank Suffo,
yeah, exactly.
The shark fin,
because that's. There's not much you can do. Well, you could spin your hair, like that you can do. That's kind of about it.
If you got it.
If you got it.
Yeah. Apologies, Nate.
No, when I was in 30 Eyes of Dead, I had no hair. I would try and whip my head as hard as I could to make it look like something with no hair.
Mm-hmm.
And I would be dizzy when I would be done. And so many times I would like almost fall over. I would like brace myself on a monitor because I made myself like almost pass out.
Yeah, but without the hair, it's like everyone loses.
Well, it can. Yeah. I mean, some people are. It's you can. It's doable. I've seen it.
It can be badass.
Yeah, you hurt your neck though.
Do you tour much off of Hellbound? Because I know that's kind of like where your time ends, not too long after the record. Do you kind of remember that time, like Hellbound releasing, maybe some of the reception, the tours, what kind of ultimately is leading up to you leaving the band?
Yeah, I mean, the shows were good at that point because I think we did the Acacia Strain tour, and I think we were. I don't know if the album had come out or we was coming out because I know we were playing a few songs from the new album on that one. But I think it was the Art tour we did. It was the biggest tour we had done with Last 10. I think that was Last 10 Seconds of Life. I Declare War. Somebody else. I can't remember.
Hey, it was a good one. Violet's Murder in 2013 was the hottest fucking thing in the world, so I can only imagine the size of the shows. And
they were good. I don't think there's no complaints about like turnouts and reaction. It was as good for a band that like us that was essentially hadn't really done a lot of touring, but had enough backing behind us, and pushing from. I think at that time too, Scott Lee was managing us, or starting to, and there was more shit coming down the pipeline, that we were like, okay, we're trying to get you guys on like a Whitechapel tour, trying to get you guys out with this and stuff like that. And we were like, gearing up to do bigger things after the Art tour. But that was around the time that I had, kind of had been like already deciding that I was. No, the Art tour was. It was probably not the Dire tour because I think we did the Dire tour and then we did a tour with somebody else because the tour where I was like really like done with the band was the Chimera tour that we did. It was Oceana was opening. Maybe we were opening. I forget. It was like Chimera, us.
Oh, was Molotov on that?
Molotov, Molotov Solution. Yeah, I think right.
Is that the tour they got robbed? Their van got robbed here in Montreal. Is it because I'm pretty sure that was on a Chimera tour that they did, but maybe it was another one.
Maybe they did. We didn't do Canada. I don't think. Okay. I think we had to forget. I think we had to skip. Maybe they did. We had to skip that show. I know we did a tour of Molotov, but I can't remember if that was with Chimera or not. I know maybe it was them in Reflections or something.
Chimera, I Wrestled a Bear Once, Oceano, Fit for an Autopsy, and Reflections. That's such a weird.
That was Reflections tour. That's right. Yeah.
That is such a weird lineup, dude.
Yeah, Reflections were like really young kids at the time.
Oh yeah, they were like crazy young.
they were heavy, didn't really stand out by any means by any other bands I had heard at that point. I was like, why? Um, but again, one of those like bands that was competent, young kids too. They were just really happy to be out on tour and playing like
I
bigger
mean,
shows and stuff.
they had like crazy hype off the one EP they had put out. That's like what happened there, like for sure. Like I assuming had like some good manager plug or something that came along with that.
Yeah.
That like were able to plug them onto a tour like that. But they were like, they just like exploded like one shot when they came out onto the scene. But yeah, they were like 16, 17-year-old like kids.
Yeah, they were super young. I think one of the shows, like their drummer couldn't be in the bar area because he was only like 17 or something too.
Yeah,
it was something like that.
What was shit about that tour? I know for a fact the money wasn't good on a tour like that. I know.
No.
For starters.
I just didn't like any of the bands, and I didn't want to be there because that was the tour where I had like really kind of stopped drinking. I think flat out, like I was like done, so I didn't want to be anywhere near a stage or be in front of people, and I was trying to like come to grips with that. So I was like, I mean, and here's the thing: is like I liked Chimera from like again early days. Their very first EP I liked. The first full length I was into when it came out. And, I just kind of, one of those bands like Lamb of God where I always kind of like heard every record they put out, just checking it out because it was always just heavy metal done well. And I think they were always kind of like, they're always involved with music. They always seemed like guys who really enjoyed playing music, who love metal and all that stuff. But I didn't care for Wrestle Bear once. I never really cared for Oceano. And again, not to say that I didn't like the guys or had any really, I just never a band that like I enjoyed or for any reason. Reflections I didn't care about. It just didn't want to be there in general. And I was really struggling to make it look like enjoying it live as well. Like, this is the first time I was just like, I'm like, I just gotta swing it home and like
bigger stages on a tour like this too, I assume.
In a way, yeah. I think
I don't mean bigger than like previous tours, but I just mean like big stage in general. Like Chimera wasn't playing in a 200 cap venue for sure.
No, yeah, it was mostly like probably 500 to 1,000 a night or something.
I just point that out because earlier you were kind of talking about like the bigger the stage, the more you needed to drink. So the non-drinking part of this whole equation kind of.
I think the Thyark tour was the one that I was starting to like not drink as much on, and so that's when I was kind of like off and on with like enjoy being on stage versus being like, oh no, I don't really want to do it, like kind of thing, and just like just getting through it, like. Yeah, it was because I think the last thing I drank was the last night of that tour was with the guys from I Declare War because they wanted to. They're like, oh man, we never did like any shots on tour. Like we always heard that you were fun to drink with, and I was like, yeah, I know. I've been trying to like slow down and like just do a shot before you, one for the road kind of thing. And I was like, all right, whatever. And they had like, they had like a bottle of Jameson. I was like, whatever. So I cracked it open. I just like swigged like a third of it. Just for whatever, and I was like, gave it back, and they're just like, "Oh my god!" Like, I was like, "There you go, there's your shot," and that like, because I hadn't drank a lot for the tour at that point, like that like big chug, like fucked me up real good. I was just like, "Whoa, this is why I don't like being fucking drunk and shit." Like, it like hit me pretty hard because I'd been like a good week or so where I hadn't really gotten drunk, and I did that, and it fucking hit me pretty good, yeah.
So then do you like come home from one of these tours and you're just like, nah, I can't do this shit anymore? I know there was like a Whitechapel Devil Driver tour that was like that was before you leaving.
Yeah, that was lined up. And before that, this is around the time too where I had again, like I was like the Thyark tour, like I had fun there because the Thyark guys were cool to hang out with. I liked hanging out with the last 10 seconds of life guys. They were like just funny to hang around with, like my sense of humor, like Northeast, like giving shit kind of guys humor. So I was able to like hang out and like not actually have to drink all the time to enjoy myself. But I was still, I'd also like had met my current wife at this point too, and had planned to move to Ohio. And around the time where I moved to Ohio, it was like I had planned, I had like a job lined up, and it was like this thing was like working out like, oh, but do I really feel like continuing touring and shit like that? And then like, but the time that essentially like the day that I moved out, the guy that I was supposed to work with like called me, was like, hey, I just like lost like contracts for a bunch of like the really big jobs that I had lined up that I was expecting to need your help on. He's like, I'm not going to have them anymore. You don't have a job. Sorry. And it was like, okay, fine, whatever. So I came out here. I had like saved up money from after the Camaro tour. I come home and like, gone back to work and shit. And I was saving money to come out and make the move and work for a while. So I was like, oh shit, what do I do? And then I was like, at that point, I was like, I'm done like worrying about this kind of aspect of life.
Yeah.
Like continuing, like if I'm going to be in a band, I'm going to end up having to like drink to enjoy myself. Like I haven't figured out how to be sober and do that yet. So hasn't worked yet. So at this point I'm like, yeah, I'm just good. I didn't really being on stages and being around people in general as well anymore. And that's just kind of where it went. I was just like, yeah, and I went to call Will. I think he was in Australia recording Thy Art stuff at the time, and he was on a different time thing, so he didn't pick up. And I tried calling Pat, and he didn't pick up. And I was just so flustered. I was just like, I want the same thing again. I just emailed like Scott Lee, or management, and then Will, everybody. Hey, I was like, I'm at a point in my life where it was like, I'm just kind of over being in a band. Like I'm just kind of want to not have to worry about it anymore. Like I don't really enjoy, it's nothing against anybody in the band at all. It's just, I just don't want to be on stage anymore, or just over it kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah, that was it. I talked to Pat, I think probably shortly after, like the next day he got a hold of me or something, or at that point I had like managed to scramble together like a job at Lowe's in the interim between getting basically where I'm working at now, and like another section of time where I was working for myself, like doing construction renovation work. After that, I haven't talked to those guys since, basically.
Yeah. There was
because they
kind
got Nate Johnson. That's what happened, right?
That's what I was gonna bring up. I mean, because the goodbye post was very evidently bitter when you left. So,
and I don't blame him. Like similar to the Through the Eyes of the Dead, like album just came out, and then I bounced. Hellbound just came out, and I fucking bounced almost for similar reasons, but there's probably no convincing me to go back in any way. Even like, I was really just like, I'm good. Like, I'm not trying to like get in a relationship, move out to Ohio, and then be away from someone that, I just moved out here for too. So it's like, there's probably some assumption from the band or dudes that like, I left the band because of my relationship and things like that. I was like, nah, man, I'm just done. Like the other aspect too is like, I didn't want to be like this dude in my 30s playing to kids, you know what I mean? And just like the atmosphere and being around like this, I'm growing older, but I'm always hanging around this environment where people are still, in a sense, acting like kids too. Like there's a lot of that. And I just not interested in doing that. Like,
or less and less tolerance for that sort of, those sort of people, that sort of behavior.
Yeah. And like when I was drinking, like I'm drinking around younger bands, and like how they acted was way more obnoxious to me than how I was just trying to like sit in the trailer with like a 30 rack and just drink by myself, like kind of shit. And like, if you're come hang out with me kind of thing, like, well, that kind of shit. Like,
surely it gives you a new perspective as well, right? Like it's almost like it's almost like you see the past, but third person, like all these moments that used to feel otherwise becomes really clear, and it's not against anyone. It's just like it's almost like breaking the fourth wall. Like you're seeing that from the other perspective, and it's just again not to diss anybody's lifestyle or whatever, but it's just when you already moved on in your mind, unfortunately, no matter how it might seem from the outside or the consequences, that's what's going to happen, you're left like don't have a choice. You moved on, and that's where you are, so you don't wish anybody to go through anything negative because of that. But sometimes weirdly, what seems from a choice from what seems as a choice from the outside isn't. It's just what you have to do. Not to put words in your it's just that's how I see it. These kinds of situation, it looks bad, and it's just like not a misunderstanding, but it's just unfortunate because you know what it's gonna look like, but you just have to do it. It's just how things are. I don't know if it was like that, but
it plays in the aspect too, like similar lines of that, and with like 2 Guys a Dead is like, I'm only going to hold the band back if I stay here and half-ass it or just not do it. And it's like at the time too, I could see that they were going to continue to do bigger things with the connections Will was making more than anything, and then knowing that Will is going to progress as a songwriter and the music itself will progress as a songwriter as songs are written. And it's like, there's a world where like I said, I'm only going to hold that back. Like, I think I told him essentially, like, you guys need a front man, like somebody who wants to be a front man. I was like, I'm not that guy. I'm not interested in that. Like, and the band has the potential to do that. Like, the band would honestly probably even be bigger if it wasn't called Fit for an Autopsy and had some more like middle of the road name where they could, it's, the band I think would actually be bigger with a different name, oddly enough. But they're doing pretty well in the world of death metal and progressive death metal, deathcore, whatever you want to call it at this point.
I do agree, by the way.
Even with the name that they have, like, they're killing it. So
yeah, nothing against them, but it's true, right? If you think about, like, there are exceptions, but if you think about, I don't know, like the biggest bands, it's always something very simple, 1-2 words, like something boom, like that's the name of the band. Very rarely, like, a big band's going to be like from the apocalypse of
or
the
shadows. At least if the acronym was you could say it, but you can't.
Good acronym,
or that, with all due respect, if Slipknot would have been like the darkness of the last forest on the right, I don't think, you know what I'm saying. Like it's not that. I mean, Fit for an Autopsy we just call great as a name, but it's just, for the catchiness of just like one word. We call them Fit, which is kind of case in point, that's been the relegation to, at least when talking to other people who would understand and know the band. But I'd love to maybe just touch on, because this has been obviously a theme kind of throughout, and we're wondering maybe a little bit when to maybe dive into this a little bit more, if it's not too personal for you. But the whole, you've mentioned kind of problems with drinking a lot, and then you mentioned kind of throughout these past few tours, you're kind of toying with the idea of drinking less. And you've also touted before how it's, becoming a problem also, just period, on tour and stuff like that. Like, was there a moment for you where, like, what was that realization for you where you're like, okay, I gotta try and do something different here?
Some of it was seeing some of my peers, how they acted around the same time, and kind of not wanting to continue that.
How they were acting when they were intoxicated, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
And just kind of being, I can't be like, I'm going to say annoyed, but it's like to say, I'm on a high horse saying I'm annoyed by it when I'm probably doing the same shit. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
I gave Pat a fucking hell of a time some nights with getting drunk. Like I threw up in the cup holder in the van, like one night sleeping in the front seat or something. And I ruined one of his shirts he was fond of. I used to get drunk and make fun of him and stuff. And just like in good fun.
I'm sure
like that.
Pat loved all of that.
Yeah. Next day he'd be like, did you know last night that you said this to me and you told me, you called me this? I'm like, yeah, I'm just kidding. You know that, like the same shit, like, shit like that. So I just, or just making a fool of myself, kind of things like that. Like, just not wanting to, I don't know. The biggest thing was like, I was just mostly just drinking to cope with being around people that I didn't want to be around.
Yeah.
Like one thing, and it's not like I didn't want to be around the guys in the band. It's just like being around people and crowds and stuff like that, and putting up. As I've been sober for like since before I left the band or whatever. Like it's that the clear mindedness that takes a while to set in to realize like why I was avoiding or drinking, why I was drinking, to be putting myself in situations to deal with like social situations in a way. And that kind of came with the territory of the music, and the stuff was like, and almost at a boredom too, where it's like, well, I might as well drink, and drinking starts turning into a social thing where it's like, well, now I can't be social without drinking because I'm just kind of awkward and quiet in general, whatever, I guess. And, around people I'm not familiar with or comfortable with, just shit like that. So
yeah,
dealing with that last, it's just how I was before I started drinking. It's just kind of reverted back to that, where it's like, now I have the sober mind to just not put myself in positions or think that I have to put up with anybody that I don't want to, really. So as an adult, it's just like, don't have to, don't need to. There's no obligation to do so. So I can just be around the people I appreciate and enjoy and skip all the other bullshit just for the sake of being in a band with certain people or being in a band to play music or pretending I'm this or that. It's just like never needed it. And drinking was the way to deal with having to do that, to avoid disappointing the people that I, put time in with and created something with that they still would like to continue creating with. And then I'm just like over it and bored and,
You want it to be genuine, basically. So if it was a bit, if it doesn't feel genuine, like what's the point? It's worse actually to just be there and don't feel it type thing.
Yeah, I agree, of course, but there's something to be said about when I don't know. Would you have considered yourself an alcoholic? I'm not going to put it on. I'm not going to put the term on you, but would you have considered yourself an alcoholic back in the day, like during these times?
I don't know. Yes and no. I'm not going to be like denial about it. So probably yes. Probably at times it was just a habit.
Yeah. Well,
like,
that's kind of that's
like,
all I wanted to kind of get at. I guess is the fact that like you, and kind of to what you alluded to earlier too. Like you have to like be sober to be able to get out of it, type of thing. Like you have to be able to see it clearly to realize any sort of problem in that regard that you would have. Whereas if you're just touring and that's just like your way of coping as a habit, like it's not a thought. It's just like, okay, I'm gonna go get drunk, right? It's like hard to snap out of that because you're just, anytime you're going to be in the uncomfortable scenario, you're just going to go towards what the habit is, which is just drinking more. So I'm just saying that to kind of commend you because there's like multiple things here, like just the realization, but also you're like willing to also give up this thing that I'm sure was a part of your identity, especially fit at that point. I mean, dude, you've been doing like vocals and music for so fucking long. You've been in that band for, I don't know, 6-7 years. Like you also like you mentioned the guys put a lot of time and stuff, but you've put a lot of time into this thing as well as like something I'm sure you were like, hey, I have a goal with this, like this is what I want to do, right? So it's kind of like
Yeah.
also being willing to give up on that because unfortunately it doesn't fit this other need, right? It's just I just think that's like all of that is a lot to kind of consider and to take action on kind of all at once, you know? So yeah, I just wanted to put that out there. Like I commend you for even being able to come to the realization in the first place, because I think a lot of people don't, you know. It's like a hard thing to get out of.
Oh, for sure. I know. Yeah, well, some people don't make it out. Some people stick with it. I remember, and I don't think it pertains to drinking or partying, but I think I read something from was it Greg from Dillinger in an interview, was like commenting about, it's probably the time Dillinger was breaking up or something, doing other projects, and how it's like he's probably paraphrasing it very inappropriately, but he's just like saying that you're stuck around similar thing, like I was saying, you're these bands, these other bands who are, you're in these other bands that you've also came up with who are still also stuck in this mode of partying. You don't really want to be stuck there, but then if you don't, you kind of are, you end up getting, you know, pushed on the outside of it because you don't want to be part of it for whatever reason. Yeah, it's like it becomes this thing where you, what else do you do when you're on tour if you're not partying, and you're gonna wait for, you know, this is what Greg said, but you know, you're now the guy that's not part of it, and you're waiting on everybody else to finish partying so you can go back and chill the fuck out somewhere. And that's probably the punishment that I put other guys through at some point. And being in bands, like, you know, to an extent, like I treated drinking like a fucking contest. Like, how long can I keep this going throughout the night? Like, I'm going to try and outdrink anyone around me, kind of thing. Like, whether it's volume or just how long I've been up or staying up. Like, and I didn't always win it. You know, I mean, I've passed out plenty of times on fucking lawns and, you know, the back of my own truck, like I said last time, shit like that. I've slept in my vehicle in random parking lots driving home from network practice back in the day, because it was like an hour and a half from my house, and I would get fucking drunk at practice, and then I would think that I was going to drive home, and I'd get halfway home and I'd wake up in a parking lot somewhere. Like, I just like, I got to stop doing this shit. Those are the other things that crept into my mind over time. Like, I just got to stop this shit because I'm going to fucking end up killing myself or somebody else. Like, this is just completely irresponsible shit.
If I speak for myself, like because, you know, I stopped, I think I talked about it last time, but like I had a lot of problems when I was younger. Alcohol was one of them, but I was doing a lot of other things, and I stopped everything at once. And for me, it's kind of like you have to rediscover who you are, pretty much, because the version you know of yourself is this. And what was even harder for me was that was the version that people knew around me. Like that was me. Like when you got to
I declare war. It was like, hey, come take that shot, dude. Like, of course you're that guy, you know?
And it's not against these people, because it's understandable. That's what you presented them for the longest time. So it's not because they're mean or something, but at first they're confused because they're like, well, that's like, you get to a place that it's just like they're expecting the old you, and it's
or they're
not.
like literally just drinking buddies, and now what, you know?
Which is where I'm getting at. If it's not too personal, of course, but for me, it was like, not only do you have to rediscover yourself, face a lot of things that you didn't before, obviously, but it's also like it's already difficult, but then you're exposed to it through the eyes of people that you from your past, or your friends genuinely that you have in your life. And it's like you have this realization in real time. You see them being, I wouldn't say disappointed, but, you know, just being surprised by this new version of you, even though you know it's better for you. I'm guessing you might have gone through some of that, right? Like when you took that decision.
There was and it was funny because it reminded me of we were out with, like, when Through the Eyes was out with See You Next Tuesday. I remember their guitarist Drew didn't drink. I don't think he smoked weed or anything else, but he's like, I just don't do that stuff because it the more you do it and rely on it, is like it just clouds your brain and like the person you are. And I was like, yeah, I'll probably get that. I get that, whatever. But and that was the time I was drinking a lot too during 3 Days of Dead. But as I stopped drinking, like I totally got it. Like it's like the cloud, and coming out of that and just being like, you think about, just again, like, because I don't like being around like large groups of people and being in people and having to like, I don't know, not having to like go to my way to entertain anybody, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I will absolutely give anyone, or whatever the initial amount of like respect meeting anybody, and present myself as like a forward person and be willing to foster any of that with anybody else who is willing to also reciprocate in a very respectful, normal manner as well. Like that's fully capable of it. I'm just like reticent, reluctant to trust anybody for quite a while until I've kind of figured out as much as I can to understand that 6 months into knowing somebody, whether they're gonna turn out to be a piece of shit or say something fucking fucked up, that like racist, or just anything like that, where I'm just like, oh, okay, I didn't realize you're a fucking shithead, stuff like that. So
that now you have to deal with because you're like,
yeah, and it's like so not having to, and that's a lot of the people I used to put up with. I think like that blur lines of people who have these subtle prejudices that I just normally wouldn't have fucking put up with, and drank because it helped me be like, oh, whatever, it's not a big deal, kind of thing. And that's
sure.
I'm not saying that's like dudes I've been in a band with, but it's like surrounded by other bands, other people at shows, and like other just at the aspects of the music scene and shit like that comes with it. You just have to deal with it. It's like,
it's just shit that pisses you off, and you're like,
yeah, it's like,
it's
yeah. If I was in like a band at this point that had any sort of like following, whatever, like my onstage presence would probably be awkward, but also very divisive in terms of like the climate politically that the United States is in a shit right now. And I would have no qualms about losing fucking people or fans about it. Like probably getting like online arguments with fucking Phil from All the Remains and shit. And like just say like the dumb shit that he says, like what it takes to be a fucking man and all that shit. It's like, get the fuck out of here.
But already starts bad when you say that. What it takes, like someone saying that, you're like, okay, that's where we're going today with this.
Yeah, and like
you toured with them, right?
Yeah, and that's how online fucking discourse goes. Like, I spent a night because I got drunk after a show and missed our drummer and I, Josh and I, this is in 3 Days of Dead. We stuck around to party after a show in Chicago, and the rest of the guys went back with manager Jason to his place. And we stuck around with all the Remains guys on the bus. And I at the time I had like, it was at the time I would say that I thought Phil was kind of a douchebag, just because I'd seen all the Remains a bunch of times too around the Mass area, like for a long time, playing shows and stuff. And actually sat on the bus like later that night, and then riding with them on their bus to the next show the next day, sitting with him, mostly just chatting with him for most of the time. And it wasn't bad. It was like less douchey of a person than I assume and stuff, that kind of thing. And it's like, but the way the discourse where that dude is part of like that fucking dude, he's like on that dude Tim Pool's fucking podcast. Yeah, like I might take Phil's backwards fucking ideas a little differently if he was on a less clowny far right fucking podcast show with like I don't even fucking know, just like the worst fucking people they regurgitate bullshit to sell fucking supplements. I don't fucking know, man. It's just fucking stupid. That's a whole nother fucking thing.
No, but it is interesting, and it's a topic we talked recently, which is like the extreme is like, let's be honest, like when is like those extreme like good? It's never good. Like if you're in that sort of an extreme, like most people, because people are loud online, but go outside, talk with people, and most people are kind of, I wouldn't say everybody's right in the middle, but truly those extreme don't work. It's balance that we should seek in life, and that's why I'm personally never gonna get the I'm terrible in politics, just to put it that way. Terrible, so I won't say that I'm good with these things, but what I can say is I just don't understand the idea of being completely on one side or on the other. I feel like truth is often is in balance and is in compromise and stuff. So I'm also the naive person who dreams of a world where everybody's friends, and that will never happen.
Absolutely, man. Like, yeah, it's a long, hard road, and there's just, yeah, I don't see a lot of, that's the other thing, I don't see a lot of bigger bands really being out there and like taking the wheel with shit like that. I mean, there are plenty. Like I know Randy from Lamb of God certainly does.
Yeah, but to your, it's because it's Randy from Lamb of God. But to your point, they're very few and far between. But but I think it's because it's as polarized as it's ever been. Like it's literally like a band just does the simple math and is like, do we want to lose half of our following right now? You know, that's kind of what it comes down to, because it's like there's no. Like nobody agrees, right? So I feel like it's like a weird time for, like, I guess for artists that want to make money. It's a weird time for those people to also be people that are going to be vocal about a specific thing like that, you know. But yeah, it is weird because I feel like it weirdly should be a time where like politics in music is like at an all-time high, because it's so embedded in everyday conversations to begin with, but it's kind of the opposite in our current day and age, especially like metal and stuff. Like that's kind of like what it's kind of what it's about, you know. I don't know, like voicing opinions no matter what they are, you know, like just and being out there and being forward about your beliefs and stuff. That's like kind of what punk, metal, hardcore is all about. So it is a weird point where most bands are talking about the sky and the grass, you know. I'm not talking about politics. I'm not a political. I personally have no like. I do not yearn for politics in my music personally, but like it. But it's a weird thing to observe, regardless of if I would enjoy it or not. You know,
it's more of an aspect of like, and I know. I don't think that Fit has been in an outspoken man per se, but I can tell that the subject matter certainly deals with socio-conscious shit.
They're one of the few.
And Will is definitely, I mean, even when I was in the band, like we were on that shit, and that's the direction we were like going in lyrically, you know, since like the first Full Length, basically. Even some of the EP and shit, like we wanted to have like songs that were based in things that actually like you know, had like organic themes with reality and, you know, everyday horrors that people go through, shit like that.
Yeah, real world still doing events, it, like yeah. Which,
you know, is, I think, takes courage to talk about these things, because like, as to your point, Dom, it's like it's now more than ever scary, because the moment, no matter what you say that has like a reference to politics or anything, people want you to pick a side.
I mean, it's you don't even got to put the word politics in it. That's the real problem. Everything's divisive.
Hey, there you go.
We're gonna ask you to do some top fives at the end of this, Nate, and it's gonna be the most divisive fucking thing
Already
in
a
the
kill, I
world.
think.
Which
Well,
bands
well,
you like, you know?
They could fight over it,
my choices matter only.
Mhm.
but it's
How
and
dare
it's,
you have different tastes
You
than I do.
shouldn't. Here's the music you should listen to. Like, to me, that's the craziest thing. Like, and I'm just gonna put it that way. Anybody, I think personally, anybody who thinks or assume that they figured out life is a fool. I'm so sorry to say that, but you are. Like, you're always gonna
Yeah.
learn, and nobody ever, like, no one is figuring out life. We're all just doing our best or whatever, and no one has a better perspective. Nobody knows. Like, it's all based on experience and what you heard, the way you were raised. There's so many factors, and yet, to your point earlier, people are going to be like, here's what a man should be. What do you know? Even, like, what? Tell me, like, where that's what you saw. And it's okay. That's what people don't understand. It's fine if it's your perspective. No problem. You can think that if you want. But I think people underestimate the power of words. And when you say things online, there are younger people, there are people who are maybe lost or in a hard time. And the last thing on earth is like a young man hearing that he's not a man or something because he's not like training 17 times a week or whatever the hell they're supposed to do, and call women females or something.
Not go to therapy was the subject matter this time around. Yeah.
There you go. Like, you're weak because you go to therapy.
I hate that I know this shit, by the way. It's just so we're clear here.
And like, can we just take one moment also to see the irony behind that? Like, saying that going to therapy is weak, like the irony of that statement. It's like, it's the strongest thing you can do for your life, in your life, if you need it. And for what it's worth, I think anybody would benefit. Just so we're clear, even therapists themselves have a therapist, so we could go into that as well. But I guess I'm just trying to say, like, for me, it breaks my heart. Then it's difficult to talk because I don't see where we're going as human and as a society if we cannot talk like that. We should be able to hear the complete opposite of what we think and be okay with it, and just be able to talk. People are literally fighting outside for people that don't give a shit about them. And that makes me sad. You're fighting for a side that couldn't care less about what you become ever or what your life. We should be more together, is what I'm gonna, and with on that topic. But I know I'm naive, and I know I'm dreaming here, but I do believe that we would benefit so much more of just being able to talk, even if we disagree, just talk. So.
But even part of some of that, like, simple kindness is the foundation of what creates that future. Instead of just being like, yes, but this person looks funny and I don't like it. They make me feel uncomfortable, so I don't want them around. It's like, that's not a future that is going to work for anybody.
Oh, no.
That's going to bottleneck. And eventually some other group is going to decide that they don't like the way you fucking look, or you're not religious enough, or your religion isn't the right one. And then they're going to get rid of you. And then you're not going to be too happy that they decided about you. So
supposed to avoid division in general.
Yeah.
That's what happened. But and yet we live in a world where there's a trailer for the new Toy Story and people are fighting in the comments. So that's
Yeah, or what was the other one? The Odyssey, and then there's all kinds of shit because of
people are complaining about the Odyssey. I've mostly seen positive things about this movie. What's the take here?
That's crazy.
Well, it's because of the most of the extreme right wing grifters out there saw Elliot Page.
Oh, okay.
Plays a character.
Sure.
Trans.
I was not aware.
Trans man.
Okay, there we go.
Previously a female, transitioned to a male. And, there's probably like a
goated actor
flash of them on screen. And then that became a right-wing talking point forever, being like, oh, this and that. And then complaining about the race of certain characters and the story not lining up with the true Greek history and all this other shit that they honestly have no actual historical knowledge of themselves. They're just complaining because it's going to bring viewers to them, because it's their white identity is being stolen, yada yada yada, whatever the fuck it is. So it happens, and then they claim that it was, a lot of the grifters were saying that it was going to kill the movie. It wasn't going to be successful, and it's obviously been very, very successful.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and it'll continue to be successful because.
And by the way, they participated in the success. I just want to put it very bluntly.
Yeah. Bad publicity,
you're
is
helping,
good publicity.
by the way. So all the algorithm is getting is, these people are interested in that topic. Yep. That's the only thing they're getting.
Hey, look, I mean, for what it's worth, I was not aware, so I'll take that as my cue. As I don't have the wrong people. I don't follow the wrong people on Instagram, I guess.
Good on
you. I'm fine just the way it is.
It's a healthy bubble.
Oh yeah, we all love our bubbles. All right.
I think
the deathcore bubble is real.
I think you could benefit a little more of someone wearing no shirt in a grocery store telling you how you should live your life. I think maybe. You should
one day.
You should switch. You should switch it up.
Okay, let's cap this off here. We've been running wild, gentlemen.
Damn.
Did we?
We're doing a 7-hour special with Nate motherfucking Johnson. Is what's happening right now. I love it. I'm here for it. And I know the people will be here for it too. It's just fucking crazy. So okay, I had just a couple small things, and we can rapid fire through these. These don't need to be
just 2 more hours, basically.
Yeah, just an extra 2 hours. Yeah. I want to know specifically about the destruction of a statue feature on on the cleansing. How'd that come about? Did you tour with Suicide Silence at all?
No. When Premonitions of War toured, I forget if it was wasn't the Cepho. That was the first big tour, the Cepho tour. I think the next one was either the Burnt by the Sun leg or whatever. I don't think we went that far west or not. Or the BTBM leg. Either way, we played a show at the Showcase in Corona, California. Suicide Silence, I think, was still ex-Suicide Silence at the time.
Okay.
They were on the show. I remember our guitarist, Pat, and I were sitting backstage, just hanging out, just waiting in between bands. And then Suicide Silence hit the stage, and it was just like the Corona, the Showcase in Corona has an incredible sound system. It's like a legendary venue out there. Suicide Silence starts playing, and we looked at each other, we're like, Jesus Christ, that's heavy. What is that? And we walked outside, and the crowd's going fucking crazy for him. Pat's just like, I hate playing after bands like this because they're just super down-tuned, heavy, chuggy, mosh fucking band. And the
local
shows look crazy
too. There's going crazy.
Absolutely.
Obviously,
so it was just we just watched it oh, these guys are fucking. This is awesome. And I think it was maybe Mitch and Bodkins came up after the show and gave us a demo, whatever, of something they had at the time. I forget what it was, their old shit, stuff that they didn't put on that first EP. It was old earlier demos of songs that came later and stuff. And loosely stayed in touch. And I think I talked to Bodkins a lot back in the day on MySpace and stuff. Mitch a little bit here and there too. Then we came around again. I think they played another show. Again, it was either Premonitions or maybe even 3 Eyes of Dead. No, it was 3 Eyes of Dead because they were already huge by that point. Suicide had already blown up by then. Must have been another Premonitions show. Again, similar thing where I think we came out, hung out. I think we had talked about doing a feature on the full length they were going to be recording. And it was a thing where they just flew me out to hang out for the weekend.
Oh,
I just kicked it with.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that kind of fuck you money.
Yeah, just that Century Media bright paycheck they had. but this is the days, flights were cheap. It was probably like, 400 round trip to fly out there for the weekend and back or something.
That's still, we're still talking like pre-cleansing though. Like, sure they had hype for sure, but
yeah,
obviously they went on to be
maybe
like 100 times bigger afterwards.
Oh,
yeah, maybe it was. Yeah, I can't remember like how they were doing at that time because I know they had toured. Oh, maybe another. Oh no, because I was thinking of a show that we played, but this happened after because I did the song with them live and there's a video of it. Yeah, it was just they flew me out. I'm on that track. Yeah, I got really drunk at that show. I got in a fight with the drummer of the Breathing Process. It's even funnier story. I threw a merch table into a crowd of people on the side while Suicide Silence was playing. I got jumped by like 7 dudes. They were like kicking me on the ground. I got up, I took like the mic out of Mitch's hand. I called everybody out. I was like, come back and fucking fight me if you want. Like it was this whole fucking melee. And then all this happened here, like after all that shit happened. Where I was like still waiting to like get in another fight. And I was like, whatever, they're not coming back. All these dudes like ran out of the show after like jumping on me and like our band. It was a fucking nightmare. It was so funny. It was so funny.
You told the crowd to eat your shit, I think is what you say in this.
Yeah.
Classic.
I used to say that a lot. Yeah. The breathing process thing, like I had been drinking on the ride down.
Okay.
And then there was like dollar Jaeger shots at the bar next door. It was like
sure.
We were really drunk, and that was the final battle played that show. It was Final Battle, some other band, The Breathing Process, Nights Like These, who were awesome. I really got sold on that band that night because they just played with like full stacks and it was loud. I've liked that band ever since. Who else were they out with? Suicide Silence. Nights Like These, somebody else. Maybe it was All Shall Perish. As Blood Runs Black. It was another like deathcore band, but so I was like drunk moshing. I got in a fight with the drummer of The Breathing Process. I didn't know it was him at the time. It was just we just like got in this like punch for punch, like face punching thing. I went to like throw him on the ground or something, and I threw him on the ground and I fell into a merch table and I was like, threw all the merch off the table. I grabbed the table and just like run across the floor and throw it into the crowd of people, and I got jumped. From there on, just melee ensues. We play a show like a week or two later, the final battle in upstate New York. Breathing Process is playing.
That's all.
We show up, and I had no idea that was a dude that I had gotten in a fight with.
Oh, okay, you left that night. You did not know at that. You still did not know it was the drummer from that band. Oh my god!
So I go up there. We go up there. And we're just loading our stuff and we're all loading and just hanging out. And dude comes up to me. He's like, hey man, can we have a talk? I was like, yeah, what's up? He's like, hey, do you remember that show you guys played a couple weeks back at Suicide Silence? I was like, yeah. I was like, I got like real drunk. I got in a fight. I got jumped. And then like, it was just a shit show. He's like, yeah. He's like, it was you that you got in a fight. He was like, it was me that you got in a fight with. I was like, dude, I'm so sorry. He's like, no, he's like, that shit was hilarious. It's like, okay. He's like, I was like, I didn't, he's like, I was actually like afraid, like we were going to play this show and then you were going to come here and you were going to like want to like finish the fight or something. I was like, no, dude, I didn't even know it was you. Like, I don't fucking care. I was like, if I got drunk and did some dumb shit and got my ass kicked, I'm not holding any fucking grudges, man. Like, that's the way it is. Like,
this guy was stressing for the past week and a half, has been stressing about this show where he's going to beat up with you again.
Yeah, no, we just like, we kicked it all night. We drank. We had a good time. Yeah, it was just fine. Yeah, we had a good time. We like laughed about it with the rest of the band. Like, dude, it was fine. Doesn't fucking care. I was like, yeah, I don't fucking care. Like, it's funny. Like, and I'd known, who's the guitarist of The Breathing Process?
Jordan?
Jordan, yeah. I've known him from other bands he had been in and The Breathing Process around like New England area for a long time. Like, so it was just funny, like just thinking that I'd gotten in a fight with their drummer and now realized it, and it wasn't a thing. It was just funny.
To go back to destruction of a statue, you recorded that in the studio with them. They flew you out,
Yep.
you hung out, you
Yep.
recorded that part, and they flew you out specifically to do that part.
Yep. Yeah, we just hung out. I just hung out in I think it was at Mitch's place in Ventura. Or maybe it was Riverside. I forget, somewhere out there, but hung out there and then went to the studio one day, and then the other time I think I hung out with Bodkins one day down at his place. Yeah, I was just like kicking it in California. Just hanging out with those guys, just eating, drinking at the studio. That's pretty much it. Nothing crazy.
And then I just want to highlight this thing because Destruction of Statue becomes, that's a single, off the record. That song does like crazy good for the band. But I feel like most people don't know you're on it. is what I'm getting at here, which is I find is kind of crazy. Because it's not like really, it's not like mentioned in a traditional way, like, the parentheses, feat, Nate Johnson, as everyone started doing after the fact, like deathcore really, started running with features and stuff and naming people in the song titles and stuff like that. But I don't know. I just find it crazy that you're on a track that massively blew up with Suicide Silence. But I feel like a lot of people, if not most people, don't even know that there's a feature on the track.
Yeah, probably. I don't know, man. I've never, I never like would always, when the track came out, I probably would have like posted like, hey, check it out, I did this track with these guys, but it's never like, I never would have been like pushing it on social media or like crazy at the time. It was just, it's their thing. So it was just like a little like intro scream part, I think, and maybe a backing part in the same song. I forget. It was like a little small spot that's not really like feature. It was just like a background thing, like a doubling with Mitch.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just to me, it's like, again, just because deathcore became such like a guest vocal heavy kind of like genre, and that became like even to the point where it become, I think it still is personally like a gimmick, like having people on tracks like for the clout, and obviously this wasn't like, they clearly just fucked with your vocals, right? And use a dude. We're like, hey, come kick it, and we want you on a track. Like, it wasn't like, oh, let's get this like massive name on our track, and it's gonna help us get bigger. Because again, to my point, it's not even like listed in the song title or anything whatsoever, right? But like, I imagine a world where something like that would have like, could have even been like the bane of your existence and like been brought up every single time you're in a show setting and touring with other bands for years to come afterwards. Like there is a world where that is the scenario, had more people known that you're on that track, I think, personally.
Probably, yeah. It just kind of came about because like those dudes came out to shows for Premonitions all the time, and they were just eager, you know what I mean? Just good kids who definitely you could tell were going to be huge.
Yeah.
And then they certainly got there.
That they did. Okay. We got a little quick one here. The saying, getting Nate Johnson. We've alluded to it with Fit. It's been thrown around a few times. Like it's been a coined term. Even like Turmoil when you joined in, even their intro post alluded to you being in a bunch of bands. It was like I was like, we're very excited to tell you about our new singer. His name is Nate, everybody's favorite band whore, Johnson.
Oh yeah, yep.
That's like the intro for you. What's your relationship? I find it funny, but what's your relationship with the term being coined?
I think when I originally saw it, I definitely laughed. I was like, "What? Come on!" Like, it's weird. Like, I don't think I really took offense to it because I know that, well aware of the reputation that I had, or the perceived reputation that I had for being in so many bands and quitting. Like, even though it was like I probably only quit a handful of them, but it's the fact is that I was doing so many things all the time that never like truly came to fruition or anything. And it wasn't my fault all the time where it was like I quit or did something, but there certainly was like a time where I was like saying yes to just about anything because I was like I just wanted to play music, especially with bands that I liked the music of and shit. So that's just kind of how it happened.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, by all means, getting fucking Nate Johnson, man. Like, should feel fucking privileged, you know? I don't know. It's fucking funny.
Do you have any? And this could be, I don't know, spitballing, like in regards to the way you left some of these bands, or with the drinking and all that. Like, do you have any regrets when it comes to your past in bands?
Yeah, I think I probably could have handled it. Like, this is the other thing too. Like, definitely as somebody who has not utilized the drinking as a way to like deal with shit I didn't want to deal with, it would have been a lot easier for me now to like have a conversation with dudes about it, because I'm also the same person that I don't like to disappoint people. I don't like to feel a disappointment. It's like another way of avoiding it, to just be like, oh, whatever, I'll get drunk and I'll send the email out and then I'll deal with it. And I'll just like, and if they feel like following up and talking to me, then they can, and you know, talk it out, be fine. Like, there's no hard feelings of anything with any of that shit. It's just, you know, I don't know. I mean, there's some of this differently is with the maybe in terms of like a regret in a way. I don't know, like the way Turmoil thing happened was that's a band that I have been a fan of forever. It was very influential in my vocals in a way, you know, from the first time I heard the Process of album. And to submit a tryout track when they were looking for a vocalist, and then for them to be like, you know, they actually, I think it was, forget it was the drummer Pushnick, or if it was the other guitarist John, was like, it's funny you sent this to us because we were expecting to hear from you, I think was what they said to me. And like, they were actually, one of them said like, we had a few people tell us that we should get a hold of you to fill John Gula's spot. And I was like, that's a fucking honor and a half to even hear that from a band that I've, you know, it's one of my top 5 essentially. But then any regret with that band is like, whole album musically was written for that band by the time I had joined, and I had started to record like demos for those songs. And there's a whole album out there, the whole Turmoil album, with like, say 60% vocals that are like demoed out for the whole thing. I just kind of constantly gone back and forth. And it was like a thing where like, I did a weekend of shows with them in the Red Chord, Walls of Jericho, in Canada, actually. And the only US show I did with them was at Kung Fu Necktie in Philly. And then it was just kind of from there, like, things dissipated, where I think drummer John, his dad got sick. He kind of had to like slow down with band stuff for a minute. And then in the meantime, I was still doing Fit, was kind of on the way out with that as well, like mentally. And guitarist Jeff came out to California show that I was out with Fit. I think when I was out with Chimera, and he was out with because he had just moved out there, I think, to Carlsbad. And he was like, yeah, I just wanted to touch base with you, like, you know, I was still interested in doing the record, but we're doing these like reunion shows with Gula and stuff, just, you know, just so you know, so we're not thinking like you're getting replaced. And I was like, yeah, by all means, man, like, if it doesn't happen and Gula's back in the fold, like, that, I'm fine with that, because that's Turmoil to me. And, you know, the idea on my shoulders of feeling that same way with like Burnt by the Sun, where I was like intimidated by feeling that to my expectations, let alone anybody else's expectations, for the quote unquote legendary status of that band, is something else that I was having a hard time dealing with when it came to writing and recording. So
sure,
they're kind of back, they themselves as well, just kind of like, there was no discussion about it. It was just like, I just kind of stopped
Right.
putting effort into recording and doing the shit. And then they've done a ton of, shows with Gula in the band. It's like, just the OG lineup and shit at this point.
Do you wish what you're getting at here is you wish you finished that album, I guess?
Yeah, probably. I wish that my opportunity with Turmoil to create something with a band that I had such revere for, you know what I mean, like such reverence for, that I could have actually done something that I would have been happy with in the end, and I could have, that's something I could say that I did.
Sure.
But at the very least, I get to say that I was in that band and played some shows.
Yeah.
Well, it's one of the things where lots of people can't say they did that to a band that they were, that influenced by in a way. So.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's like, cool experience regardless, right?
Yeah.
But I also understand especially if it just kind of tapered off and you're kind of like, maybe could have finished this, but the other guys weren't really putting as much effort either. So it's kind of, I get a sense there's kind of like from a lot of what I've been hearing from you, the kind of out of sight, out of mind kind of thing, right? So if it's hard when you're working with bands that don't necessarily like live next door, people are spread out or whatever. And it's like, yeah, well, I mean, if we're not hanging out, we're probably not making music. And if we're not making music, we're not hanging out. It's kind of like a, chicken or the egg type of thing. But I feel that, if anything. Okay. Let's just end this on a short little social clip. Let's get the people divided here. I need to know the official Nate Johnson list of top 5 heaviest bands of all time.
Top 5 heaviest bands of all time. Number 1, Die My Will. Northeast, like Rhode Island, metallic hardcore band from like the late 90s. Heaviest fucking band you're ever gonna hear. Full stop. Anything after that is just the wrong answer, so eat shit. Number 2, Disembodied. Let's see. I should have come prepared.
No, that's
on the spot.
That's
I know after this, I'm gonna be like, I should have said that fucking band.
1,000%.
I the last one we did like this, I included a Facebook Messenger screenshot at the end of his list because he was like, I'm so stupid, I forgot about this band.
Shit. Okay, so let's see. Die My Will, Disembodied. Trying to think of heaviest, trying to think of bands that I saw live that were just like excruciatingly heavy. I never got to see Die My Will, or actually sadly Disembodied, but recording wise, those bands, I can, I just know that they're heavy. Machine Head, one of the heaviest live bands I think I've ever seen in all my life. Suffocation, I'm going to say specifically Legion and Veracity or Despise the Sun.
These moments make me very happy, by the way. Just
the 5-minute stall.
Oh, I think this is the funniest shit ever. I love seeing our guests squeam a little bit.
You know what? I'll say Mastiff.
Mastiff. I've never heard that name before. What the fuck is Mastiff?
I think I know it. Yeah.
UK band.
Okay.
Just check it out.
What kind of music?
Absolutely. It's like filthy, heavy, caustic, metallic, hardcore, little bit of like death metal-y kind of influence.
Oh, the
vocals sound painful. Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Like just the guitars and bass just sound like a chainsaw going through, I don't know, a mountain of meat or something. It just sounds disgusting.
Okay, last one. I promised. I want you to just to give me one song. What's like the one song you're on? That's a song of a band that you've been a part of. That's your favorite or you're most proud of.
Good one.
That's a good question.
It can have questionable lyrics. I'm just saying.
No. I would say Fit for an Autopsy, Travelers.
Oh, okay.
Last track on Hellbound.
Anything in particular with that track?
Well, that was one where Will just had like the first minute of the song, right? Like, because if you are familiar with the song, the first minute's just like real quick, rolls fast, like a fucking barn burner.
Mm-hmm.
And then the end, it was just that was gonna be the last track on the album, and it was just gonna end like that. But we kind of had the idea, like, does it end like this, or do we like do some big epic thing? And then like Will came up with that whole outro to that song, essentially like that same night we were working on it or something, I think. And then vocally, like musically, like that was probably the song, like that first minute I was way into because it has like the Nails vibe where it's just real fast. It's real like meat and potatoes, like a couple parts, just real fast, real quick, real heavy. And the end just kind of turns into this big, wide open thing. And then it's just the vocals and like the layering towards the end that I was able to do. It was like where it starts off with like the sun, are you so blind you cannot see? Like that whole part, I think, just in the way it continues and ends is just super cool. It's probably like my happiest I've been post recording where I'll be like, I like that. I'm happy with that. Like, not sure what else could be better kind of thing.
Yeah. From as much from a performance as like just the songwriting aspect of it, just the patterns and how it's laid out.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. All right. Dude, Nate Johnson.
We've been questions. I'm kidding.
We've officially been Nate Johnson.
Yeah, I'm out of here. Sorry, guys. we could say there's going to be a part 3 and I'll bail on it. How's that work?
Oh, there we go. Okay, I like that. I like that.
And then we're going to make a post, right? Just
yeah. We'll send it straight to Lamb Goat. Straight to Lamb Goat. If you made it to the end of this episode, thank you for watching. And hey, while you're here, hit that subscribe or follow button and a review. If you're watching or listening on a podcast platform, it would mean the world and it helps out more than you know. A big thank you as well to all of our supporters over on Patreon and on Twitch. New episodes every week, links to our Patreon, Discord, and socials in the description. We'll see you soon. We're out.